June 12th, 2024. We are calling this meeting to order, and if we could start with a flag salute, so please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in a moment of silence honoring officers who have passed away since the last meeting. We recognize this morning Deputy Alfredo Freddy Flores of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, end of watch April 20, 2024. Thank you, and please take your seats. Okay, Mr. Knapp, will you please take roll call?
Sure. Good morning, members of the committee. Okay, Member Coronado. Present. Member Cottrell.
Present.
Member Di Basilio. Member Oborn.
Present.
Member Salazar.
Present.
Member Stalker.
Present.
Member Spry. Member Murrell.
Here.
Member Therio.
Present.
And Member Viramontes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 7 members present.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce at the meeting today Assistant Executive Director Anne-Marie Del Manayo and Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez. We'll now move to public comment. This is time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the advisory committee agenda. Pursuant to commission policy, I, as the advisory chair, will manage the public comment period in deference to the committee's workload and meeting time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each meeting for public comments on items on the agenda. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to limit their remarks to no more than 5 minutes each. If we have many people who wish to speak on the same topic, I, as the chair, may intervene and will ask that you limit remarks to no more than 1 minute. Pursuant to existing commission policy, I, the chair, may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised that the committee cannot take action on items not on the agenda. Please remember that this meeting is being transcribed, so I may politely interrupt and ask you to repeat or speak slowly and clearly so your comment can be correctly captured in the transcript. Is there anyone who would like to address the committee during public comment? Seeing none, we will move on from public comment and move to approval of action summary and transcripts. Our first item is the approval of the action summary and meeting transcript from the March 6, 2024 advisory committee meeting. Before I take a motion to approve these, just want to remind the committee members, as you make a motion or second, please state your name before doing so or before asking a question or comment during the presentations, if you would do so as well for the sake of our court reporter. And with that, is there a motion to approve the action summary and meeting transcript?
Otto, motion to approve.
There's a second to the motion.
That's Stalker, I second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain. I was not a member of the committee yet.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion passes. And we'll move on to announcements. I will now call upon Assistant Executive Director Anne-Marie Del Manayo to provide the announcements.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to take a moment to welcome Miss Tammy Murrell with the California Academy Directors Association, CADA. Tammy, welcome to the advisory committee, and would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to represent CADA. I just came off a 4-year stint as the president of the association, so I'm looking forward to this new role.
Thanks so much. Welcome again. Also, I'd like to take a quick moment to welcome our newest, or one of our newer members to Post, Brandy Essex, who's at the end of the table here. Brandy joined the EXO. Brandy's it been about a month, 2 months? 2 months, and we're excited to have Brandy with us, and she will be a familiar face to all of you on the advisory committee and the commission, and she's here to assist Chandler with committee preparation, meeting preparations, etc. So welcome, Brandy.
Thank you, and welcome to both Tammy and to Brandy. And we will now move on to presentations. So I'll have Assistant Executive Director Emery Del Monayo will announce the agenda items to be presented this morning.
Okay, the commission requested the following agenda items to be presented, 2E through 2J. 2E is the report on the post-organizational wellness program. At this time, I will call upon law enforcement consultant Raymond Nanadiego, Management Counseling Program Bureau, to provide a report on the post-organizational wellness program. Good morning, Raymond.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, committee members. Good to see you. The Commission on Posts entered into the three-year contract beginning in 2022-2023 fiscal year with the University of California, San Diego Centers for Integrative Health to design, develop, and conduct an organizational wellness program intended to improve the health and well-being of peace officers and law enforcement professional staff and evaluate the impact wellness programs have across various outcomes. UC San Diego is currently serving as the hub and support network for this statewide program with the goal to serve 30 to 60 agencies. UC San Diego is also tasked to provide mentorship to departments as they develop agency-specific organizational wellness programs, a research infrastructure to evaluate the impact of the program, and provide ongoing virtual resources to further sustain these programs. The 6 fundamental research-based principles are referred to as domains and include purpose, mindfulness, nutrition, connection, rest, and movement. Unlike the majority of pre-existing courses which center around responses to issues such as critical incidents, mental health, or peer support, this approach focuses on providing fundamental research-based domains to educate the sworn and professional staff on how to thrive in their personal and professional lives and how to utilize healthy coping skills when challenges arise. While officially referred to as a program to be consistent with contract vernacular, this proactive approach and positive reception from the field thus far is more indicative that the paradigm is shifting and is aptly referred to as an organizational wellness initiative. The stage implementation of the project began with identifying appropriate resources during the first fiscal year. This included identifying experienced subject matter experts in the law enforcement and wellness fields to develop strategy and training curriculum, compiling pertinent data for relevant studies, training of a mentor team, and the development of post-video series. The project will complete the second fiscal year of the contract at the end of this month. 34 agencies are currently at various stages in the design, development, and implementation of their agency wellness plans. UC San Diego has also created and received post-certification in the newly created Organizational Wellness Coordinator course. This provides 40 hours of training to organizational wellness coordinators and agencies on the evidence-based wellness domains, methodologies on conducting needs assessments, program development, and adult learning concepts, with the final product being the development of their own agency wellness plan. Now, the goals of the third and final fiscal year of the contract include onboarding another 26 agencies and the creation of an organizational wellness train the trainer course intended to help agencies become agency presenters of the Organizational Wellness Coordinator course throughout the state and encourage regional networking among law enforcement agencies on the wellness topic. I passed out earlier cards that provide links to our post website on the organizational wellness page. I also added an extra stack conveniently next to the fruit and water, not by the pastries. We do have a promo video to share, and at this time, I'd like to ask to tee that up. Thank you very much.
Dispatch 1 Paul 114. I have a traffic collision.
1 Paul 114. Copy.
Paul
Medics
23
request.
and 2 Paul 37 to cover. Owner just chased someone from his home.
35773 Oak Ridge Drive just occurred. 2 victims on scene.
I didn't want to be that police officer that was divorced, disgruntled kids, in trouble, lawsuits. But there I was.
I became very depressed, so I turned to alcohol again, the one coping thing that would make me feel good at the time. Ended up getting a DUI.
I had headaches, nauseousness. Then it became the inability to sleep, the nightmares, the paranoia.
I probably needed to do something about it, but I wasn't doing it. I figured I could handle it, right?
You're not alone. The state of California and Post have partnered with the UC San Diego Centers for Integrative Health to develop a unique organizational wellness initiative. Developed by and for law enforcement, this evidence-based, technology-assisted approach focuses on optimizing performance and resilience in your professional and personal life. It provides you with the resources and skills to get you well and keep you well.
I saw very quickly the loss of identity that can happen, and I've been fighting to stay who I am since day one.
It was later in my career that I realized that it was okay to not be okay, and knowing other people probably thinking and feeling the same way you did.
I have finally made myself the priority inside and out, mentally and physically and emotionally.
It's not normal, and it's not part of the job, and that we don't have to suffer in silence.
Wherever you're at, it's time. Reach out to the Post Organizational Wellness Program currently available at your agency, or go to the Post website for resources and information on how to get this initiative started at your location.
Thank you very much. Open up to any questions?
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Mr. Stalker.
Would you mind, Brent Stalker, would you mind talking a little bit more about the Train the Trainer course and how that would be, I guess, regulated, or how you guys would keep an eye on that?
Absolutely, sir. So it'll be the second course that UC San Diego is tasked to develop for us. I'd like to use an example of San Diego Police Department. San Diego Police Department has had a robust wellness program for a decade plus. And routinely, they're often asked by agencies across the nation how they got to where they're at. This is a mechanism that we would like to provide to agencies so that when an agency like San Diego is asked, how did you develop your program? They can say, oh, well, we present the post-certified organizational wellness coordinator course, come to our training, and then we can also then provide the mentorship to you. So essentially doing what UC San Diego is currently doing for agencies statewide, but because the state is so big, we feel that this is a good mechanism to have agencies supporting agencies and then foster a regional networking among agencies. So additionally, I think that a lot of agencies, just in general, talk formally and informally, sharing of ideas. We'd like to bring wellness to that forefront as well.
A question, Oborn,
Yes, ma'am.
is it face-to-face or is it online? Is it synchronous or asynchronous or?
Excellent question. This is all face-to-face. So because we really feel that face-to-face communication, that building of rapport and the regional networking is very critical to fostering that regional networking. And so the coordinator course is in person, 40 hours, and we try to set it up where in the course, the attendees are coming from a diverse mix of agencies, primarily from within a region. Granted, we're in an early stage, but as the program continues to grow, the idea is then when the attendees arrive, they can network with each other, with the subject matter experts, and then when they go back to their agencies, they've built those relationships already in this context with those agencies and the instructors.
Very important work.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chella Cottrell from Citrus Heights. First of all, thank you very much for the work. I think all of us have a duty to try to look out for the people and not just our projects. And we want to have people come into this profession and leave whole as people. I do have some questions about what types of programs you're seeing come out of the current 34 agencies that are participating. Are you seeing more of a holistic approach across the organizations, or are they still being more targeted within siloed work groups?
Thank you. So a lot of the agencies are still in their earlier stages. So UC San Diego provides a mentorship to help their agency command staff and their organizational wellness teams come together, develop strategies that are meaningful to their personnel across the board sworn and professional staff. So some of the things that we're seeing are different approaches to nutrition, for example. So teaching them how to meal prep well in preparation for, say, a dispatch shift or a graveyard shift or something like that. We're making good food decisions. Some agencies actually have the resources to network with local catering companies, so they have a meal service or something like that. Some agencies might not. So then they teach them how to navigate some of these challenges to be able to deliver these domains to their folks across the board.
And are we seeing, I guess my question is, as you're going through the infancy stages of this process, are agencies being allowed to kind of test and evaluate the programs and then pivot with what's working, not what's not working within the POWER program?
Absolutely. And so that is one of the really unique aspects of this program is one of the things that I've shared with other agencies is, you know, when you go to a course and the instructor says, oh, give me a call if you need anything, but rarely we hear from them again. This is actually the opposite. So it's very proactive. And a lot of the heart of this that makes it unique is that mentorship piece, so that the subject matter experts from law enforcement and the wellness fields are essentially partnering with the agency as these enhancements of a current program or implementations of a new program are gaining roots, so that at the end of it, they have a sustainable program that's meaningful for their people. And so having that on speed dial is helpful. The other part that is very helpful to the agencies is UC San Diego developing what's called 720 Health. 720 Health is their online virtual open source resource to agencies statewide. And for the organizational wellness coordinators and their teams, if there's material that they need or would like to use to further enhance their delivery methods, then there's all sorts of resources for them to do that. Conversely, the other side of it, from the individual standpoint, is the agency personnel can opt into 720 Health. They would receive an individualized needs assessment to gauge where they're at in their own wellness journey, and then receive a customized, individualized plan to help them in areas where they feel like they could use a little bit more resources to increase their wellness in that regard. So nutrition or movement or connection with relationships, something like that.
Is that 720 Health app-based or web-based?
Actually, so it is web-based. But they are developing other platforms to make it more user-friendly and modern technology.
I believe Executive Director Alvarez wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a part of a 3-year project for POST. As many of you know, the state approximately 3 years ago doled out funding to the Board of State and Community Corrections to distribute monies to law enforcement agencies. I believe that was $50 million. And then we received $5 million to further this wellness project. That funding, as Raymond had just mentioned, will end at some period. So we will try our best to kind of limp along and keep funding wellness and perhaps this initiative or other initiatives when the funding runs out, but it will run out. In regards to Manager Cottrell's question about a report, there is a report that's required pursuant to the legislation that was passed for us to get this funding that has to be submitted to the legislature with best practices. I believe that's also part of the contract that we have with UC San Diego. So they will be creating that report on some of the best practices that were developed over the last 3 years, and it'll be submitted and made a public record. Thank you. Thank you, Raymond, also.
Thank you. I just also wanted to, I actually had a question too, but I also wanted to thank POST for their work on this. And it's a very important piece of law enforcement and all first responders now. My question has to do with partly with the funding that you just mentioned, 720 Health. Is 720 Health available only to the agencies that are participating in the studies, or would it be once they provide the wellness coordinator training, then do they have access to 720 Health and agencies subsequently would also have access?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. UC San Diego is committed to making this an open source resource for agencies statewide. There are components to it where such as the individualized, customized learning pathways that are better facilitated with the agency as a part of the program, because then it's more meaningful. So we encourage the agencies, if they would like to use it really to its fullest, to be a part of the program. It doesn't cost the agencies anything because this is all covered through the contract for the time being. But beyond the contract, then they'll have continuous access for the future.
Coronado, I'd like to ask one more couple of questions. So in a nutshell, is there going to be on that report a stat that would be able to put a matrix together to see what the app or the wellness app would provide as far as how many contacts, how many officers reach out, how much help is given off the app? The reason why I asked that is because we also had an app and the app didn't seem to be beneficial. It wasn't as successful as we had hoped. But what was successful is our peer support program, which was the second question. Is this platform going to have something like that where the agencies can have a tool to put together? Because a lot of officers will open up more to a peer when they're talking about issues and it's one-on-one. And then that peer support member may have access to the app that facilitate whatever help that can be, I guess, pushed forward. And that's more, I guess, going to be for the report as it gets pushed forward. But I guess food for thought at this point.
Thank you very much, sir. And yes, their 720 Health website and services are very robust. They have different access to sound bites and other resources for that. But when it comes to peer support and other things that might be meaningful to, say, your personnel, that's where the mentorship piece comes in, because when one agency goes, well, we might have this methodology be really effective and meaningful for our folks, then UC San Diego's mentorship, okay, well then let's go continue down that path. If another agency goes, actually, this app really worked well for us, then that mentorship piece goes, okay, well then let's continue down that path. So it's very much agency specific, agency driven, and UC San Diego comes from a spirit where it's all about what is most meaningful to the personnel. Otherwise, like you said, like you inferred, it wouldn't be used then, right? So, sir.
Okay, any additional questions? Ms.
Just one
Morrell?
question, Tammy Morrell. Raymond, is this resources and the courses available to academy instructors that aren't affiliated with agencies?
Yes, the online resources would be open source resource to UC San Diego. So we can have that discussion as well as to what would be provided. And so we're happy to do a presentation to CADA as well. So
great, thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you for the presentation.
Right, the next consent item that the advisory committee members requested a report on is a report on discussion regarding Commission Regulation 1205, Peace Officer Minimum Training Requirements. I'd like to call our Chief Counsel, William Toby Darden, Legal Affairs Bureau, to provide a report on this discussion regarding Regulation 1205. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's 10:05.
10:05.
Yeah.
Did I say 12:05?
Yeah, it's all right. It's
Would have
totally
brought
okay.
glasses. I should put them on.
Yes. Speaking of which, I should probably pull mine out
There
if
you
I'm going
go.
to do any reading. I'm not going to read the staff report to you. I really want to have more of a discussion with you. This is really what I anticipate will be the first of many meetings that we are likely to have on this. And really what we wanted to do in this initial meeting was just to sensitize the advisory committee and the commission to the issue and get a sense of sort of the direction that both the advisory committee and the commission ultimately would like us to follow. But the question here is whether or not and to what extent we should revise our foundational training regulation, which is 1005. And you're likely familiar with 1005, which says that certainly for post-participating agencies, that once that agency joins the program, then any peace officer that they hire should have the regular basic course with certain exceptions that are set out in 1005. And that is for certain investigative positions, they can have the SIBC instead, coroners, jail deputies, and the like. The problem is we are at post, certainly after the onset of SB2, it is accelerated, but we are now increasingly dealing with situations where staff is presented with situations involving individuals who want to be an EDI or are in EDI and want to have a POE or certification, and those individuals have less than the RBC. And as an example, one of the first issues that I came across was our certification bureau said, we have some individuals in EDI, we have a chief, an assistant chief, lieutenants, captains, etc. The chief had no training of any kind. The assistant chief had only 832. And then most of the captains and lieutenants and so forth were 832. We worked through it with that particular agency, talked to their counsel, and we dealt with it and removed the peace officer status from EDI. But it raised this issue that we've now been looking at in some additional detail. And we're getting these inquiries every week, it seems like, from throughout the state. And so we're seeing, for instance, just to give you some examples of some of the things we've looked at in the last couple of weeks, we've had, for instance, lifeguards that are classed as 832 through a city fire department's boating unit. We're getting inquiries about harbor police officers in certain cities that have only 832 training yet appear to be full function law enforcement officers if you look at their appearance and you look at media reports of what they're actually doing with that 832 training. We're getting a number of questions about park rangers that have only 832 PC training, and we're talking to agencies about how they use those individuals. So as a result of that, we started to look in much more detail at the question of what training is required and what do the post regulations say with respect to the training for individuals in those positions. And I think historically, I'm trying to be quick because we could talk forever on this and I don't want to take up an inordinate amount of time. Historically, there's been an idea that Regulation 1005 or the post regulations on training only apply to post participating agencies. That's been the thought, but actually that's not correct. And so could you pull up the first, thank you. So these are just some ideas about some sample provisions that show that post has something to say about minimum training required for many officers other than those who are in a post participating agency. The first is Senate Bill 2 itself, which says that Senate Bill 2 and our certification program requires for all peace officers described on the screen up there or any officer employed by an agency that participates in the post program. So all of those officers are covered by SB2, even if they're not in a post participating agency. Then as an example, can you scroll down a little bit? Penal Code 832.3 and 832.4 also provide that basically all police officers, sheriffs, or district police officers are required to complete, as the statute says, a course of training prescribed by the commission before exercising the powers of a peace officer. Now that begs the question of what is the course of training prescribed by the commission for each of these district level officers? 832.4 itself says that, to go on to the next section, that if you have an officer that is responsible for the, stop right there. You're fine, there you go. Under 832.4, any officer that is responsible for the prevention and detection of crime and the general enforcement of the criminal law has to obtain the basic. And of course, as you know, the basic means the RBC. So, and then as also I laid out in the staff report, there are a number of other peace officer positions that by statute are required to comply with post regulations, some of which surprised even me as I went through the various codes and looked at them. So municipal water utility district officers and rangers, other park rangers, etc., that the legislature has said these individuals are required to comply with post regulation. So this just kind of begs the question of the fact that our post regulations do apply to other entities than just post participating agencies. I wonder real quick, we can scroll down just to the next real quick. Now this is a very long slide and just stop right there. I wanted to give just an idea of the wide variety of positions in the penal code that grant peace officer status to individuals. I tried to kind of group them, this is just for discussion purposes, group them by what powers the legislature gave or how the legislature identifies the groups of officers. So the first are groups of officers where the legislature has said they are peace officers if their primary duty is the enforcement of the law in or about the properties they protect. Now, if you think about that, that seems very broad. That seems like all laws that could potentially be enforced on or about the property these individuals have the authority. So we can just scroll down quickly, see park rangers, DGS officers, housing authority, keep going. Harbor and Port Police. Now, in yellow, as you see, I do have in yellow, those are the specific SB2 agencies. So we know definitively all of those categories of officers are subject to Senate Bill 2 and post certification requirement. But as you see, Harbor and Port, Transit Police, Airport, Railroad Police officers, the Sergeant at Arms of each house of the legislature, court services officers of the second and third class of county court services. Keep going. Go ahead and scroll down. Okay, this next category is officers that are tasked with the primary duty of enforcing a specific set of laws. So CHP is tasked with enforcement of certain sets of laws, UCPD, CSU, Park, Forestry, etc. Their primary duty is the enforcement of laws set out in their relative sections, such as the Public Resources Code or Fish and Game Code or whatever. Okay, go ahead and scroll down. Keep going. This goes on forever. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There's college and so forth. So stop right there. Actually, go up just a little bit. Go up just a little bit. A little bit. There you go. Voluntary fire wardens are designated as peace officers. Firefighter security guards by the military department and so forth. Okay, go on to the next the next main category, please. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, stop right there. Okay, go back up. I should scroll myself on this one, shouldn't I? Okay, then we have officers with custody responsibilities. Okay, keep going. Go down. Go down. Go down. Keep going. Thank you. Okay. Stop right there. And then officers whose primary duty is the protection of specified properties and persons thereon. Here you have municipal utility district, county water district, etc. Okay. I think that's enough to probably give you an idea. So it gets complicated because of the different ways that different entities use these positions. So for instance, in looking at harbor patrols, I've looked at a number of these throughout the state. There are some agencies where they hire harbor patrol officers that have only 832 training. But again, if you look at them, they do look like full authority officers. There are press reports there arresting people for murder, serving search warrants, responding to DUI crashes and so forth with only 832. And yet you have other harbor districts that have very fulsome training requirements, full RBC and a very wide, a large variety of marine training that's required on top of that. So the idea, if we can get down to 1005, then just go ahead and go all the way down to the last 3 pages. No, keep going, keep going. Okay, stop right there. Okay. All right, so if we look at 1005 as you may be familiar with, says as the basic course requirement, all peace officers except the investigators, coroners, and jail deputies have to complete the RBC. Now, the reg goes on to talk about DA investigators. Go ahead and scroll down. Investigators, okay. Coroners or deputy coroners, keep going. School police officers, keep going. Keep going, keep going down. Airport police officers. Okay, all right, and stop right there. Jail deputies, so those are specifically addressed in the regulation. And then we have these last 2. Every limited function peace officer shall meet the requirements of 832. And then the final one, which I think is confusing to some folks, that says every peace officer prior to exercising peace officer powers shall complete the requirements of 832, which may be part of the minimum basic training standard or a separately certified course. The question that we're dealing with is if we look at, and I think sort of in the common vernacular, people might think, well, either you're a full function peace officer, you do what we consider, an 830.1 or 830.2, a full function law enforcement officer that sort of responds to, that is able to do general enforcement of the criminal law, handles patrol calls and that sort of thing. You have those individuals, and then there's the idea that, well, perhaps others that do lesser types of duties, maybe they're responsible for a certain subset of laws, or they are just responsible for protection of a certain amount of property. And we tend to think of those as being perhaps limited function peace officers. The problem is, let's look at the definition, scroll down a little bit. We're going to look at the definition of limited function. Okay, stop right there. So the problem with our definition of limited function is our limited function definition is old and needs to be updated. And so as you see, what it basically says is, if you're a sheriff, a police officer, or a district officer who is designated to be a peace officer in 830.1 and but is employed to perform duties other than the prevention and detection of crime and the general enforcement of the criminal law of the state. That's what the definition of a limited function peace officer is. So I don't believe that current definition actually does, in fact, encompass what we might consider to be a limited function peace officer. So the general question as we're sort of moving forward with this idea of as to whether or not we should revise 1005, and I think that we should. My recommendation would be that we revise 1005 and specifically and ensure that we have with enough specificity in 1005 stated what the minimum training requirements are for all individuals that are set forth in the penal code, 832.3, 832.4, certainly the post-participating agencies and the SB2 officers. But the more fundamental question is just getting the sense of the advisory committee and the commission with respect to what does the advisory committee and what will the commission believe should be the minimum training requirements set forth by post with respect to these law enforcement type positions. Is there a difference? Should there be a difference if you are, let's say, employed as a harbor patrol or airport police officer, but you have limited functions? Perhaps they will say, well, their primary duty is only enforcement of a certain set of laws. But if the primary duty is only enforcement of the certain sets of laws, those individuals nevertheless may still be able to or believe that they can respond more generally to other calls for service. So again, this is really just the first of many discussions that I think we will have as we try to look to this issue. But that's the general idea. The idea is that I think 1005 needs some revisions, and we wanted to get the discussion started with respect to what is the sense of the advisory committee and the commission with respect to minimum training. Should everybody be RBC if you have a uniform and you're called a peace officer? Should there be limitations? Can you be a park ranger? If you are a park ranger or a harbor officer, you have a more limited subset of duties. Is the sense of the commission that it would be okay to have 832 or perhaps some differing lowered sense of sets of training requirements? So that's the idea. We're just hoping to have a discussion to get the sense of what the advisory committee might be.
Hey, Director Alvarez wanted to make some comments.
If I may add, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Toby, perhaps you can address this.
Yeah.
I know we've had discussions about this, but part of the challenge also is that not all harbor police, using them as an example, are the
Right.
same.
Correct.
A harbor
Absolutely.
police officer in one department may
Is different.
serve a completely different function. And if we set a minimum training standard, it's very challenging to set that standard when they hold different functions within their department, correct?
It absolutely is. And part of the problem is we've had these discussions with some of the entities that want to have peace officer status. And so they will say to us, well, we will have these individuals, they will only do certain things. And if anything gets really serious, we'll call the full function police, the sheriffs or the city police. And perhaps that's the case and perhaps it's not. I mean, I think we could certainly envision instances where you have somebody in a full uniform and something happens in front of them, or there's a call that comes in and it's going to take 30 or 40 minutes for a full function police officer or sheriff to get there. Then the question is, what are those individuals going to do? But yes, no, that is absolutely correct. And I think Harbor's a good example because, as I said, I found some harbor departments that are connected with police or sheriff's departments that require all of their harbor officers are RBC trained. They've worked patrol. They take a 400 or 500 hour Marine course. Then after they do that, then there's another 700 or 800 hour master of boating. Those folks, though, who are eminently well trained to be harbor police officers and to really be full function police officers, we have to compare to a number of others in the state where some of the requirements are for peace officers with uniforms and they respond to calls and police their properties. 832 within 6 months is what the job description says. So it's very challenging because to the extent that Post is going to be setting a minimum regulation to be a harbor police officer, and then the agency wants to say, well, wait a minute, we're only going to have them enforce boating laws or parking regulations at the wharf or violations of, wharf, fines of wharf rules or something like that. And yeah, I agree. That's something we have to look at as we're talking about modifying the regulations. The problem is, these are still peace officers. And the question under the penal code and under 832.3 is post does have to set minimum training standards for district police officers. And so the question is, how are we gonna thread that needle?
Any questions or comments from the committee?
I do. Brent Stalker. And first of all, thank you for this. And I have to apologize beforehand. I wrote a lot of notes, so I don't mean to be jumping around.
That's okay.
This is something I'm very passionate about. I've obviously been in law enforcement a long time.
Right.
We use harbor navigation or harbor patrol. I was actually a boating deputy, so I understand that job very well. And so a couple questions is, I think my first question is, in my opinion, I 100% believe this needs to be done. And I think the first thing I'd like to start out with is, throughout my career, it has always appeared to me that nobody can make sense of the definitions in the penal code as far as who is covered under what. And it has always been just, well, is this person covered under, this section, or is this person covered under this section? There's just been a lot of talk on that. So my first question would be, is if we start this, what would we have to do as far as the penal codes, and would those have to be changed?
Yeah, so that's a very good point, and you're absolutely right. So the problem is the legislature with certain peace officer positions has enumerated what training is required, but for many they have not. And one of the things that is very confusing to many agencies is they'll look at, for example, 830.33 that says any person who is regularly employed as a harbor or port police officer with the primary duty of protection of the properties on or about, that person is a peace officer. So these districts will look at that and say, hey, we're a district, we can hire peace officers. And yet we found out when we've looked at it, we've determined that we did not actually believe that the documents that created that district in the first place gave the authority to those entities to even have law enforcement officers or police departments. So the penal code, there's no question that the penal code has just become a patchwork of complicated and difficult issues. Really, I mean, the best that we can do currently, unless is an effort to move through the legislature, some sort of effort to do more comprehensive reform of these sections and to differentiate peace officers from non-peace officers. Of course, you may be very well aware that there are a number of positions in the penal code where individuals may have the authority to arrest or serve warrants or whatever, but they're not peace officers. They are public officers, or they're not even peace officers or public officers, but they're given that authority. So if the legislature will get through something to differentiate between those that are peace officer positions and those that are public officer or just other positions that are not peace officers, that would be one way to do it. Unfortunately, until that time, we have what we have. And so really all that we could do in looking at the regulation is do the best that we could in terms of determining what the current law requires for individuals in that job category, and then doing the best that we could in terms of determining what training we believe is required or for that position, either by law or what the commission believes should be required for that position. I don't know if that answers the question. It's probably the best answer I can give you.
It does, but if I could get your opinion on something, what is your opinion? How hard do you think it would be to clean up the penal code and make it to where it is easy to read and easy for people to understand? Because in my opinion, that's where we should start.
Right.
Otherwise, I feel like we're going to just be, you guys are going to be putting a lot of work into it, and there's still going to be a lot of confusion as to who's covered under what. So
absolutely.
In your opinion, I mean, I know it's not an easy question to answer, but how hard do you think that would be or how long do you think that would take to get clarification on some of these penal codes or cleaned up?
Well, in terms of what could be gotten through the legislature and how long that would take is something that, you probably need to talk to some other folks. Really, there are a number of ways that it could be done, that the penal code could be cleaned up. And one of the things I think that there's currently discussion about is that there are so many categories and specialty areas for peace officers that have been put in over the years. You know, a legislature wants to get somebody who's a security officer at a certain college or whatever. And so now there's a penal code provision that talks about that. And that's been done over the years. And so now we have hundreds of these positions. And really, whatever a legislator could get passed could potentially clean it up. I mean, one way to do it would be, and I'm not suggesting that this is what could be done, but one way to do it is you could have just a differentiation between peace. If you're a peace officer, if you have peace officer status under the penal code, under section 830, then you have to have a certain type of minimum training. And perhaps that's not 832. Perhaps that is more. Perhaps it is, at least unless you're a specialized investigator, perhaps it is the RBC. Or perhaps the legislature could say you can have a limited function officer that is performing a specialized subset of duties, and perhaps it's more robust than 832, but it's less than the full RBC. The problem that I have with those sorts of legislative amendments is that the law tends to say, well, the primary duty of the officer may be the enforcement of this law, but generally they're responsible for the enforcement of the law on the properties. And so that's much more robust. And that kind of sounds to me more like you're serving in a role as a general responder, which sounds more like RBC to me. So yeah, I completely agree. It would be difficult to do. Analytically, could you say, well, you're a peace officer with RBC or you're not? And if you're not a peace officer with RBC, then you're some other category, you're a public officer, whatever, you're not a peace officer. I'm sure you could. The problem is we do have agencies now, and we'll hear from at least one or two of them tomorrow. There are agencies that say, look, we need to be able to employ individuals with less than RBC. If you require the RBC, and we have park rangers that are off in, way off in the distant areas of the county, and you're going to require that we have to have full RBC training, well, we're not going to have park rangers because then they're just all full RBC cops. So we want to have individuals that have peace officer authority that can do some sort of work until a full function law enforcement officer gets there. The problem there is, again, it may be an hour or two, and you have an officer that's appointed with only 832 training, and the law may say their duty is their responsibility is the enforcement of the law in that property. And so again, that kind of sounds more like RBC, but we're going to have a lot of agencies that are going to say, if you do this, you're going to kill us. We pay people less because we only require them to have park ranger training. And if you require us to go through the full RBC and all that stuff, and we have to pay them, but anyway, that isn't something that's a legislative thing, right?
And again,
Sorry, how is that, not this direction, I guess, isn't specifically toward you, but that argument, I don't see how that's gonna be relevant when we have to do modern policing that's coming up in the very near future. So that argument's kind of not even a point anymore. On that, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just, that's an answer, or that's part of the equation, is the modern policing degree that is coming.
Right. Absolutely. I think that's actually a very good point. And I guess the question is, would the law require that anybody serving in any of those positions would have to have it, or is that only certain categories of officers like 830.1 or whatever? But
Well, born with KG, as far as I know, does not apply to every category. For example, corrections doesn't apply to correctional officers.
Sorry, a couple more.
Sure, of course.
Everything you're saying, I 100% agree with. So I appreciate your comments. What's your opinion on how are we doing right now tracking what these different agencies are using their personnel for?
Really good point. And it's something that I did want to address. So we actually did when I became aware of this issue, we wanted to do a survey of our post-participating agencies and ask them these questions. And I'll be honest with you, one of the things was I was looking in the penal code and it said LAPD, it was permitted in one of these categories to have former general services peace officers could transition over to LAPD with only 832, and they could be LAPD peace officers, but they are in this general services category. And I started to think, I wonder how many of our post-participating agencies employ individuals as peace officers in these other less than RBC classifications. And so we did send out a request But obviously it's voluntary. We don't have a law. We can't mandate it. But we sent out a request to agencies to respond. We got about 100 agencies that fully responded. And the ones out of 650, the ones that did fully respond, quite unsurprisingly, are mostly all full RBC 830.1 agencies. So we didn't get a lot, but I am honestly wondering, as I'm starting to see now more and more with these issues coming up, particularly on airport police, harbor police, park rangers, and so forth, where we have entities that I believe are cities, counties, or districts that are employing these individuals as peace officers, but with less than RBC training. And my suspicion is there's quite a few of them out there.
I would think that would be a definitely important thing to do. The other question I have for you too is, what would you think about just following the guidelines like we do with reserves? You know, a level 3, level 2 reserve, you know, you have to be, you know, supervised by a full-time, you know, peace officer. If you're level 1, obviously you know, you can do duties on your own. Just a thought, you know, for something to kind of guide on, because it's pretty specific as to what a level 3, level 2, and level 1 can do. And the reason why I bring that up is because it's like what we had mentioned in today's law enforcement. You never know what you're going to come across.
Right.
So, especially like, again, we use harbor police. You're not in the middle of a lake or in, you know, a harbor are going to be able to ask for somebody to come over and help you on most cases. And again, my opinion, it's
Right.
something you're going to have to deal with right away. So
Right.
it seems like your level of training would need to be a lot higher than most. And I would look at that, like reserves. If you're harbor and, you're a level 2, you're going to have some full-time peace officer on there with you. So just a thought.
I've had exactly the same thought, because it's kind of ironic that with reserve officers, you can have 832 training, but you have to be supervised by a regular full function law enforcement officer. And yet we have other entities that have 832 officers that are really effectively full function peace officers. I've had exactly the same thought.
Excellent. Just a couple more and I'm done. What's your opinion on if you change this and we started to do this, how would that impact our police academies? Because I would imagine if all of a sudden we say, okay, so-and-so, you need to go to a full-time academy, and now I would imagine that's going to have quite an impact on our academies. So I would think that would be something that we would need to gradually work into if that's a requirement that we do down in the future.
Right. And I think that's actually a very good thought. And it may very well be that if we're going to do something that's going to have that sort of an impact, we want to phase it in, maybe grandfather certain people in. So all those things we could certainly look at.
Last thing, I very much encourage this again, and I'll end with this. In today's law enforcement environment, I believe I am very proud of the training in California that we get. And in my opinion, as much training as an officer can have today, the better off we're going to be. So I'm very much for this. And I would like to see, across the board training, going up, because in my mind, that's what keeps us safe. And so I think the more we can do for this, the better off we're going to be. So I appreciate it, and I hope that it goes forward, and I would 100% encourage it.
Okay, any additional, Mrs. Morrell, have a question?
Thank you. Tammy Morrell, and I absolutely agree with what everybody is saying today. Another distinction, as a presenter of 832 Arrest and a modular academy program, one thing that disturbs me is 832 firearms. 64 hours is not enough time to become a full-fledged police officer. Basically, that's what it's equal to. And so maybe a distinction can be made as we look at these different job classifications. For example, in my county, one city animal services officers are 832 arrest trained. They do not carry firearms. Yet an agency, another agency within the county, they call themselves deputies, and they are 832 firearms trained. So they're working side by side, doing essentially the same jobs. And in my opinion, 64 hours for carrying a firearm and enforcing the law is just not enough training. Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments?
And Terry, I have a couple. more of a comments than maybe one question. I appreciate everything you said. I want to repeat anything, but I would just stress that one of the key things that's being missed is what the public perception is. The public does not look at the cornucopia of 830 point, at all.
Right.
And, understand any of that. And so anyway, that's why I'm in support of increasing this regulation. Like my colleague Brent said, I mean, I think it's necessary in any way we can support that. We should do that. I understand posts can't do certain things, but hopefully, aspiring or current legislators are listening or will listen to this and, take some type of action on that, because that's what should happen. Because this is an albatross that's been hanging out for a long time and it needs to be fixed. Absolutely. And then also just for the agency heads, to run a public agency, a policing agency, I don't care if it's the water district police, policing the water tanks. They have to have a minimum standard of training as well. It just blows my mind that they would be able to, manage or supervise folks and not have some type of basis of training. That does not seem to fit in with California's, training, premier training mentality. And then for the folks at the, at the bottom that, or really more for the city officials, I understand the costs and people are always cost prohibitive, but quite frankly, going back to the original point about folks in the community, they're not going to understand the difference. They're not going to care if there's an incident or if people don't have to wait 40 minutes to do the job. Like, that's not going to translate well to the public, and it shouldn't. And so any way we can help facilitate that and make our profession better by increasing the training standards of things that you're proposing, we should do. It's complete common sense. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you for the presentation, Toby.
So on a related topic, the advisory committee has also asked for a report on discussion item G, which is Commission Regulation 1010, agencies merging within the post program. So Toby, to you again.
Okay, well, I took way more time than I should have on 1005, so I'm going to try to blow through this one a little bit more quickly. So this is the question about our regulation 1010, which is the regulation that has to do with acceptance of officers into the program. And so 1010 has been in effect for a long period of time. And basically how it currently reads is if a group of officers wants to be recognized as participating, they apply, and we basically will review them for purposes, as you see on the screen, for initial compliance. We review the incumbent officers' records to determine if at the time they were hired in accordance with the minimum selection and training standards applicable to that position at that time. That means that we are accepting into the program, at least potentially, officers that were hired lawfully as 832 officers. The issue then, of course, is now once they are an RBC, once they are in the post program, Regulation 1005 requires that going forward, they only hire RBC officers. So you're now having a mix of individuals who are legacy officers who may have only 832 training, probably higher up in the ranks, but you now have RBC officers that are coming in, and those RBC officers are now mixed in with the 832. That's just the way the regulation works. We're not asking to change that at this time, but one of the problems that we have been having, which is the reason why we're asking for some discussion from the commission and the advisory committee, is a separate but related question. And that is, what do we do if there is a merger? So in other words, you have a post agency, an agency within the post program, subject to 1005, which means they're only supposed to be hiring individuals that are RBC officers. But for whatever reason, it may be legislation, it may be, go ahead and keep it back up showing merger. Keep going, up, stop. Okay. So you have an RBC agency, but perhaps by action of whatever legislative body, county supervisor, city council, something, that RBC agency is now asked to absorb basically a group of officers that are lesser trained. So you have an 832 group of officers that are airport police or harbor patrol or whatever that are merging into an RBC entity. And our regulation does not clearly delineate how we will determine whether or not we will permit that merger. So what's consistent sort of with our current policy on initial compliance would be that if an agency, an RBC full post agency, is required to or wants to merge these 832 officers in, then the question would not be, are these individuals, do these individuals have the full post training? Do they have RBC? The question would be, would these officers that are being merged in, were they properly hired at the time? And so that would then answer the question with respect to whether or not they can merge in. Now, the commission might decide, no, we just don't want to get into that business. And so that could potentially cause a problem. What if the legislative entity is saying it's requiring it? And so now the city or our county is going to have to say, well, you have to fire these individuals that have only 832. So the question then becomes, should we amend or modify the regulation so that in that case, the 832 officers are allowed to merge in, but we then set some reasonable standards saying they can only serve in that limited position, so that we do not have the problem of, well, we've now brought an 832 in, they have a uniform, we've got a problem on beat 12 that we don't have anybody responding. Let's take this 832 officer and just put him into beat 12. So what we could do, depending on what the commission wanted to do, is to set that very clear standard for that merger. Will we or will we not allow these lesser trained officers to merge into an RBC entity? And then once we do that, how would those officers be treated? Are those officers required to merely continue doing that relatively limited role, or would we handle it in some other way? So that was just a discussion item, and we were hoping to get some feedback.
Ontario, I think it's really in the current state we're in with recruiting and retention. If those things were to occur, it's unrealistic not to, for the expectation to fold those folks in and then push the agency to become RBC. It's just not feasible to have some two-tiered system of an agency. I would think in most cases, it's just not a good practice to have. And I would recommend for the full commission to do so, to make that change and for post to push in that direction.
So if I'm understanding your comment, your thought would be that the commission should not permit the merger of lesser trained officers into an RBC agency?
No, that might be a case where you have to and you need to, or legislatively that was the case. But then once part of that condition or whatever the plan would be is that they need to become RBCs and certified at the level at the agency they're merging into, because if they merge in and are in a two-tiered system, like you said, like sending them to be whatever, that's just not feasible. It's not gonna work in an operational standpoint.
Yeah, and this is one of the comments I'm sure we're going to hear from these entities that want to continue to employ these individuals, is just as I said in the previous presentation, they're going to say, we're merging in park rangers and we want to continue to hire park rangers. If you're now going to require us to have RBC officers as park rangers, we're now going to lose our park rangers, because now we have to pay them as full RBC officers. We have to train them. It's going to increase our costs and so forth. So we're going to hear a lot of feedback from agencies that I think want to be able to absorb these 832 type or lesser trained individuals that are paid a little bit less, and then to continue to keep them in that capacity for those budgetary reasons. Again, that's not necessarily our concern. I'm just saying I think we're going to hear that feedback.
Warren, can I just make a quick analogy? So in academia, in the community colleges in California, we have what's called minimum qualifications, and you can only teach certain courses and you have to have those minimum qualifications.
Right.
If you do not have them, then you cannot teach that subject, that discipline. As a former LAPD officer way back in the 80s, long time ago, I would be more in favor of standardization. I think that we're doing a service not only for law enforcement, but we're also doing a service for the community, for the public, for optics in the state, showing that we care that people are getting the proper training and that there is a standard that is required for them to do it. I can totally understand the idea that people are going to lose, they have to pay more money. They're going to lose recruits and things like that. We're going to lose recruits with the modern policing degree. This is going to be a big issue as well. So, but I don't know. I favor more in standardization.
Got it. So then your preference would be that if we need to allow these incumbent officers to come in with lesser training, nevertheless, consistent with 1005, from that point forward, anyone hired into that department would be RBC, even if they're hired into a park ranger role. Is that what I'm hearing?
I would.
Yeah, okay.
I have a couple comments. Brent Stalker, if I'm understanding this correctly, so let's just say a department mergers, they're all going to be in the same uniform, correct? So I think we get back down to the same problem. We're not going to know the difference. And again, I'm very much for this because I always think of safety. Okay, so I look at it, things have changed, and I think people need to be very well trained or somebody's going to get hurt. So I am very much for this. My question, or I guess my concern would be too, is that I think where the problem's going to come is that some of these mergers, you are most likely going to have people that aren't going to be able to complete a full-time police academy.
Absolutely.
And that is going to be an issue.
Absolutely.
And so I know that's going to be a complicated issue to work through. And, but I look at safety. I think that is more important than the other issue, if that makes sense. And then the last comment I would make is actually for my colleague, Anthony. I think we did that with state police and CHP, and I would be curious how that went. And it seemed like that went okay, but I would imagine the state police probably already had very similar training, I guess, to CHP. If you wouldn't mind commenting on how that went, if you have experience on that, I'd be curious on that.
I was sitting here thinking the same thing in my head as you were talking. I'm like, God, that sounds really familiar. But I agree with you 100%. As a previous academy commander, now I'm over all of our training within our department. As far as our division is concerned, I still feel the same way. The people of California deserve trained officers, and I think that's really what it boils down to. As far as our state police in the mid-90s, we did absorb all the state police that did all the state property, the Capitol building, legislative buildings, all the aqueducts throughout the state, and we absorbed them into the California Highway Patrol. And granted, I was in the Marine Corps when this happened, but when I came on, we still had officers that were prior state police, and they, from my understanding, had to still comply with some additional training once we absorbed them. And I don't recall what that was, but it did happen. It did happen. So I'm sure that we have some historical documents somewhere. I would venture to say within our OER, which is our employee relations aspect of our department, that I could probably dig something up to see and maybe bring to post to see if whatever happened and how that played out there. But I know it did happen. I know there was additional training that did occur.
Right. And it is a difficult issue. I mean, what happens if an entity is required to bring these individuals over really through no fault of its own, and yet some of them are not RBC trained? Are we then going to kick the main agency out of the post program? Obviously, we wouldn't want to do that, because the idea is to keep officers under the post umbrella. But, then the question would be, well, do we allow them in, but then require that these lesser trained officers have to serve in some limited capacity and it's RBC going forward, or require some additional training for those individuals before they can do these limited functions? Those are all the questions we'll have to grapple with.
Last point. Similarly with the California Community College police departments, like, for example, the LA Community College PD, when they transitioned over and brought in the sheriffs to take over, then a lot of those officers that were hired as campus police officers had to make the transition, or didn't, but they did have to go through some additional training to be able to go into the sheriffs.
I lived through Tammy Morrell. I lived through a similar merger in my career. Marshal's office and sheriff's office merged, and it was fine for a while because the marshals continued to work in the courthouse capacity. Then a new sheriff's administration came in and said, no, they're deputy sheriffs. And so now we've got sergeants, patrol sergeants that are 832 trained. Problematic. So definitely something needs to change.
Good to know.
Okay, any additional questions, comments on this item? Okay, thank you, Mr. Darden.
All right, thanks so much time.
All right, we'll now hear a report on professional staff non-sworn training opportunities offered by Post. And if I can have Bureau Chief Kirk Bunch from Management Counseling Program Bureau provide a report on the discussion if Post should consider expanding the role regarding the training of professional staff in Post participating agencies. Good morning.
Good morning, Chief Salazar, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on the important topic of expanding our role in the training of professional staff with post-participating agencies. As our law enforcement landscape evolves, so must our approach to training and development. Approving this exploration would not only enhance the skills and capabilities of our professional staff personnel, but also ensure they are well equipped to meet the challenges of modern police. Post has recently received numerous inquiries from the field regarding the expansion of training for professional staff non-sworn personnel, prompting internal conversations. Currently in California, new professional staff and non-sworn classification in police agencies often include roles that support various specialized and administrative functions. Here's are some key classifications: community service officer, crime analysis, evidence technician, forensic specialist, public safety dispatcher, records technician, administrative analyst, digital media specialist, and so on. These classifications reflect the growing recognition of the importance of specialized professional staff's role in enhancing the operational capacity and effectiveness of law enforcement agencies. Post staff conducted a comprehensive search of titles, in both the Post course catalog and the Post learning portal to identify relevant training materials for professional staff and non-sworn classification. The search revealed a total of 445 courses pertinent to those roles. Specifically, the Post catalog contained 405 titles with expanded course outlines, with the Post learning portal offers 40 relevant videos. Example of these courses include crime scene management, ethics and law enforcement, Public Records Act, missing unidentified persons and wellness, etc. Examples of videos included communication, stress management, initial response to natural disasters, etc. I will discuss the expanding post-training mandate to include professional staff, outline potential benefits, and suggest steps for moving forward. Current landscape and challenges. Diverse workforce needs. Modern law enforcement agencies consist not only of sworn officers, but also a significant number of professional staff members who play critical roles in administrative, technical, and support functions. Evolving responsibilities. Professional staff often engage directly with the public, handle sensitive information, and support critical operations, necessitating a high standard of training and professional development. Integrating training approaches. Integrating training for both sworn and professional staff can foster a more cohesive and efficient working environment. So I like to talk about the rationale for expanding training. It enhance agencies' efficiency. Well-trained professional staff can improve overall agency efficiency by enhancing administrative processes, data management, and interdepartment communication. Number two, professional development. Providing specialized training opportunities can help professional staff advance their careers and contribute more effectively to their agencies. Public trust and service. Professional staff who are well-versed in the principles of community policing, ethics, customer service can significantly enhance the public's trust and satisfaction. I'd like to discuss some proposed areas for training expansion. Administrative and technical skills. Training in these areas such as information technology, records management and financial oversight and human resources, interpersonal and communication skills, programs focusing on conflict resolution, culture, proficiency, and effective communication with both the public and within the agency, legal and ethical standards, courses on legal updates, ethical considerations, and compliance with state and federal regulations. And lastly, health and wellness, stress management, mental health awareness, and physical wellness programs to support the holistic well-being of staff. So last, I want to talk about possibly the implementation of strategy of this. So one, the needs assessment needs to be done. And so conduct a thorough needs assessment in collaboration with participating agencies to identify specific training requirements for professional staff. Number two, curriculum development. Develop specialized core curriculum in partnership with educational institutions, subject matter experts, and experienced law enforcement professionals. Three, pilot programs. Launch pilot training programs in selected agencies to evaluate effectiveness and gather feedback for refinement and continuous evaluation. Today, post staff is looking for direction from the commission and this advisory board to determine if this is an agency resource we should explore in expanding and playing a bigger role. If the direction from the commission is to explore the development of these resources for professional staff and non-sworn positions, post staff has identified the following next steps. Form a working group. Establish a dedicated working group to explore the feasibility, design, implementation of expanded training programs. Number two, survey. Staff will send out a survey to all post participants, agencies to determine their professional staff, non-sworn job classifications and their training topic needs for those classifications. Three, stakeholder engagement. Engage with agencies, leaders, professional staff representatives, and community stakeholders to gain input and build support. And lastly, funding and resources. Identify potential funding sources to resource requirements to support the development and delivery of the training programs. So last, expanding post role to include the training and professional staff is forward-thinking initiative that aligns with our mission to enhance the quality of law enforcement services across California. By investing in the development of all members of law enforcement agencies, we can create more efficient, professional, and community-oriented organizations. Your support and vision are crucial as we strive to enhance the capabilities of law enforcement personnel in California. Today, we can ensure our agencies are equipped to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. Thank you for considering this important expansion of our training mandate. I look forward to questions and discussing how we can move this initiative forward.
We have some comments from Director Alvarez first.
So, thank you, Kirk. The penal code is very specific. The penal code says that post can reimburse for dispatcher training and peace officer training. So we are limited in that regard. There are some workarounds, but historically, post, as we have discussions inside the building, it's like, hey, our job is peace officers and dispatchers. Should that be the role? I think that was kind of addressed somewhat in March. Should we be expanding our role with the limited resources that we already have with SB2 and with funding? Because obviously it's going to take time and time away from other things that could affect peace officers and dispatchers and could impact the funding that those programs get. So we do certify courses. There's no question there are some certified courses for professional staff, but they're not post-developed courses for the most part. Yes. Professional staff can go to some of the other courses like Command College and then go to the supervisor course. But for instance, just a hypothetical, just an example, we don't have a post-developed CSO course. Should post have that? I mean, we have all these ICI courses for detectives. should Post start developing its own legacy courses for some of these other professional staff members that play a pivotal role in law enforcement? And what is the future of that for the state and for us? So we're asking, you all obviously for some feedback, and also from the commission. And the commission may very well say, look, you're stretched thin already, and you should just keep the narrow focus of peace officers and dispatchers. So that's why we put this on, and we've been kind of talking about it a lot internally. Years ago, I know we've had discussions in here, and it's like, hey, that's not our job. They're not our problem, so to speak. So should it be, is the question that we're posing to the commission, kind of in a formal presentation as opposed to just in comments during opening statements and such. For us, one of the keys that we will use tomorrow with the commission is, hey, this is more of a long-term thing. This is going to take some time. Should we do it and do it right? This isn't come back in September or December and say, okay, what have you guys put together? Because it's really developing really long-term, forever type of programs and such. We've also talked about internally whether we then create our own internal bureau, so to speak, to deal with all these professional staff issues. Right now we're trying our best to increase our responsibilities with dispatchers, but should we be putting even more emphasis on the professional staff? So that's the point of Kirk's presentation, and we really just appreciate the feedback. It's easy to say, hey, that's a great idea, but obviously there's some drawbacks for us to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Any questions or comments from the committee?
Oh, Brent Stalker. I'm very torn on this because I believe it's absolutely necessary, but on the second hand, I'm concerned about money. And I would be concerned that if we moved forward with this, Post would eventually be forced to, without further funding, be forced to, take away from other areas of funding, if that makes sense. And I guess my concern would be, or my hope would be, that we would be able to move forward with this with more funding. And I think I already know the answer to that. So that's my only concern on it. I think it's a phenomenal idea, and it's necessary because, again, we have so many people in law enforcement that are doing jobs, different things, or handling different people and doing different things now. So I think it's necessary. I'm just very concerned about funding.
Kathy Oborn, real quick. You mentioned crime analysis.
Yes.
There are 2 community colleges in California that have crime analysis programs, Pierce College, my college being one of them. It's my program. I developed it. At first, we were having our students that completed their program, that the California DOJ did the certification for their crime analysis certificate. I'm a certified crime analyst through the California DOJ. During COVID, the California DOJ gave up the opportunity to do the certification. And so then we asked them, well, how do we certify? How do we standardize? How do we make these students ready to work in law enforcement? And they said, well, you're kind of on your own. So we sort of got together and worked with some entities to find out what best practices other people did and all that, to be able to do our own certification. I'm not saying that that's the best thing to do. I'm just saying that's what we ended up having to do because we already invested in creating this program, and we didn't want to leave these students hanging, and they had to have some sort of a certification. So
Thank you for your
just
comments.
sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Helicopteral Citrus Heights. I don't know if I can overstate how excited I was to see this on the agenda. I am so grateful that Post is listening and hearing the desire from professional staff up and down the state of California to have more training, to be recognized for the passion that they have for the work that we do. That being said, I am fully aware that we are in a deficit year in the state of California. This is going to be a hard year for us to push for anything that requires more money. But I think that we're seeing a common thread throughout the reports that we're hearing today, whether we're talking about 1055 or we're talking about how we're going to merge people and keep a certain level of professionalism. And I would submit that if you look at the demographics of most policing agencies, the split is growing to having more professional staff than sworn within the agencies, just due to the complexities of the tasks that are being put before them, whether that's cyber snipers and RIPA or our records technicians. Real-time information centers are coming, they're here, they're growing. And who's staffing those? So we're looking at CSOs are being reclassified as real-time information center operators, or it's dispatchers. And what does that mean? Because we're getting drone as first responder programs, right? Live 911. So if we're having these people who are not police officers, who have not been through a basic academy, telling officers what's happening on the ground and determining whether or not uniformed officers will be responding to calls, we need to figure out how we're going to train them. I do not think that there could be a change in policing in California that would be of a greater impact than ensuring that all people who will be considered the police are trained to a standard. Because when people call and they talk to the police, who are they talking to? Most of the time, they are not speaking to an officer who's been through a basic academy. They're speaking to a professional staff member, whether that be a dispatcher, a records technician, a CSO. They may never actually see somebody who is a uniformed police officer. And yet when they go home that day, they're going to say, I spoke to the police. So if we want to continue to have a standard in California of what that means to people and continue to push that agenda, then I would wholeheartedly support continuing to investigate this, understanding the fiscal impact. We could do something along the lines of authorized training allotment. That would put a cap on what every agency is given, and they could use it across the board for professional staff training. That would give us a mechanism of controlling how much monies are spent and give it a way to control the budget from the state. The other thing that we need to consider is policing today isn't what it was 10 or 20 years ago. And with the advent of AI and other technologies that are coming, who's going to support those things and ensure that the public is still getting the service they deserve while protecting our patrol partners in the field? That will continue to be professional staff and most likely not someone who's been through a basic academy. So we need to prepare ourselves for the future of policing, not just the now. We're looking at the modern policing degree. We're looking at all of these other things to bring up our standard. And I would submit that this is an important topic to continue to push. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from the committee?
Ontario, just a comment. I agree with Director Alvarez. I think the long term is definitely where it's heading, and it should. Our professional staff are key integral parts of our policing profession. And, it's come a long way. I mean, with folks sitting up here with good training and backgrounds and other things besides working a beat, and that's where the future lies. And we need to, lift that up as much as possible. But I understand the constraints, but that's definitely a direction I think is the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Additional questions or comments? I would just say, well, I don't know that I could say it any better than Ms. Cottrell did, and I completely agree. I think this was good to see on here, and certainly recognize the challenges that Post potentially faces to implement this, and the fiscal impacts of that are certainly challenging, but policing is changing, and whether it's technology, we're facing, we continue to face recruitment and retention issues, and so we rely even greater on our professional staff, whether that be community service officers or dispatch positions, record staff, and so on, crime analysis. You're absolutely correct in stating, when they think of the police, all of them are included in that as well, and it is more likely that they're the ones representing us many times. So to have some kind of standardized training, whether as it relates to supervision or ethics or leadership, and particularly as that technology changes, I think is crucial. And so, I think I definitely support this idea that Post looking into it. There are certainly challenges to overcome about how to fund that and accomplish that long term. But I think it is the right investment and a necessary investment. And you're completely correct. It does, translate over into the discussions we just had on the other Post regulations and about those standards and trainings. I think this item certainly carries over and translates. So thank you for their presentation. And I think obviously there's a lot of support for that. It's how do we get it done now?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next matter is report on certification and decertification. Do you need a break? Okay.
Okay, so we do need to get a break for our court reporter here, so we're going to take about a 10-minute break and we will reconvene at 10:40. Okay, if we could get everyone back to their seats, we'll get the meeting going again here in a second. Thank you. We'll move on to our next presentation.
Hey, I have Bureau Chiefs Michelle Weiler and Christine Ford, and they're going to give you some statistical information on certification and decertification. Turn it over to you.
Good morning. Can we throw the PowerPoint up, please? Good morning, Michelle Weiler from the Certification Bureau. So I want to go over some of our recent stats year to date oh, actually you weren't at the March Commission meeting. In our March Commission meeting, we presented a proposed change in format for how to present these statistics. So you guys are gonna be the first ones to really see this. So our first set of slides up there, you'll see is an overview of some of our certification statistics, how many current full-time peace officers we have, how many basic certificates we've issued so far this year, how many new appointments have been approved. The new appointments, as a reminder, include laterals who are moving from one agency to another because they're new to their new agency, as well as brand new peace officers. And then how many proofs of eligibility have been issued. Again, those are brand new peace officers, reserve peace officers, jail deputies who are not eligible for basic certificates. And then to the right, you'll see who's leaving. We have a graph to show you what the reasons for separation are that we've been receiving. The total so far this year, 3,435. Again, that could be people who are leaving one agency and going to another. As well as resigning, retiring in good standing. And then those who are being released for various reasons of serious misconduct. There were some questions from the commission about, can you identify specifically how many officers are separating due to misconduct versus the number of allegations? I believe Chief Salazar also had that question. So we incorporated that in here. So you'll see that top box is the total number of allegations of serious misconduct that are tied to affidavits of separation. So these are specific to those who have left their agencies. And those represent 99 individual officers. The caveat is this report was pulled at the end of May, at the time we had to post the agenda. So if you were to go to our website and look now, the numbers will be a bit different. They should have increased across the board. So this is what we look like. And then the box on the right are the individual counts for allegations of serious misconduct. I'll give you a moment to absorb that. And then I'll go to the next page here. So here's a breakdown of the actions we've taken against peace officer certificates this year so far. You'll see the top left box is the number of immediate temporary suspensions that have been issued through the executive director. The right side is temporary suspensions removed. So that could be, we've withdrawn immediate temporary suspensions due to a change in the status of the peace officer's case. We've lost jurisdiction perhaps, the DA has dropped the charges, or somebody had an immediate temporary suspension and then we had to remove that when we moved to revoke their certification. So the bottom left corner, I'm sorry, the bottom middle corner is the number of revocations we've initiated this year so far. Those are based on the 1029 felony convictions that were approved by the commission back in December. And then we moved forward and took care of those in January once we sent notifications out. They are individuals who defaulted, so they did not respond to our notice of intent to move forward with decertification. That's a default revocation. On the left-hand side, you will see the number of voluntary surrenders we've received so far this year. And then on the right side, on the bottom, are the numbers of individuals we've deemed ineligible to be peace officers based on prior felony convictions prior to January 2022. So we don't have the authority to actually revoke. At our last commission meeting, there were some questions specific to some of the data on our affidavits of separation. It was an exercise that we had gone through to respond to the commission's question regarding were there any patterns? Do we have any concerns about the affidavits of separation that we were receiving? So here's some data. We had staff run through all of the affidavits of separation that we received between January and April of this year, the end of April this year. So we received 2,164 affidavits of separation. We had changed the initial form did not have an open box for agencies to fill in reasons for separation other than the checkboxes we provided. We changed the form a year ago to add that box. We've been trying to get the word out to agencies to use the new form. There's still a number of agencies who are not. So that second statistic is the number of agencies who are still submitting the old form. We're working on doing outreach with those agencies. We are also putting reminders in our regional newsletters that are getting ready to go out, as well as the post-ad newsletter that's going out to everybody who's subscribed to those as a reminder. We'll continue to do outreach with the agencies. And you'll see there's a number of, just under 800 agencies submitted separations with the, just under 800 affidavits of separation were submitted with additional reasons for separation. So perhaps somebody was separated during probation. There may be an explanation in that box as to what the issue was on probation. So if they were to be picked up in the future, an agency who had to request additional information on reasons for separation would be aware that there may be an issue that they have to work on if they wanted to bring this candidate on board. Then we have the number of individuals who resigned to lateral to another agency as opposed to people who are just resigning and leaving the profession altogether. And that's the last statistic there, people who are separating in good standing and just leaving the profession. We did not notice any patterns of concern that we need to make any adjustments other than more outreach to the agencies to get them to complete this box and use the new form. And we are also moving to change our process for making these notices of separation in EDI. Currently, agencies submit it and the person's removed from their roster. We are moving to have that process mirror the notice of appointment to where it comes through post-staff for review first. We're not going to say, nope, you can't terminate this person, but we are going to look at the form and the boxes and make sure that they are completed correctly. We will kick them back to the agency if something's missing. That should avoid some of the discrepancies that we've been seeing and having to later go back to the agency and say, hey, there's a discrepancy here. Can you please do a correction? So we should see some of these numbers even out. And then these are what we'll be presenting to the commission tomorrow as individuals that we have deemed ineligible to be peace officers based on felony convictions prior to January 1st of 2022. I'll give you a moment to scan this. And at the commission's request, we provided specific information regarding the individual officers, where they worked, the date of their conviction or judgment, and what those convictions were for. We have several pages of these, so. And they're listed in alphabetical order, so the dates are going to be jumping around. And we have had questions from the media, the public in general. Why are some of these convictions, why are you going back and determining somebody is ineligible now? And that's based on the requirements of SB 2 that we are reviewing a list of felony convictions provided to us by the Department of Justice. And so a lot of these will be retroactive, and doing our due diligence, they'll go back as far as the list provided to us goes back. So you could see some as recent as 2020 or as far back as 1980. Off to Christine Ford.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chair and advisory members. I'm Christine Ford, and I will be presenting the updated statistics for the Professional Conduct Bureau. As you can see, since the beginning of Senate Bill 2 and when agencies began to report to us, we've taken over 26,000 reports in from agencies. Year to date, we have 4,000 for 2024, and we're projected to receive about 9,000 reports this year. So as you can see, the drop off from 2023 is significant. And it's mainly because, as you know, our retro or look back cases were a significant bulk of our cases that we were taking in 2023. So as it stands this year, we're projecting 9,000 versus the 21,000 we saw last year. I do want to give you a stat that's not on the slide. And as you compare it to the 26,000 reports that we did receive, of those, if you look at all of the agency sustained findings, what we call a priority 1 or 2 case that we're taking in, those cases as a whole only represent 5.3% of that 26,000. So it's very minor. That's not even, that percentage will probably go down even lower because those are cases that we haven't even completely investigated and looked at all the documents that are contained in that one case in itself. So that 5.3% is very low as far as cases that we as a division will look at for revocation and suspension. There's over 29,000 reported allegations. That's unique to 16,000 law enforcement officers. So what that stat may tell you is that on any given incident, an officer may have multiple allegations that are on that report. The top 3 allegations remain the same since the beginning, and that's physical abuse, bias, and abuse of power. And then we've taken over or close to 900 public complaints. Cases, we have over 16,000. Just as a review, a case report becomes a case when it's actually assigned to one of our professional staff or consultants to actively work. As you can see, based on the slide, 60% of those cases are open with post, open with the agency, and the significant number that we have now is 6,700 have been closed. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about our closed cases. That was a request from the commission and from the advisory. So as far as closed cases, this is specific to sustained findings. The agency has done an administrative investigation. They've had a sustained finding on the officer. We've taken and closed 520 of those cases thus far. As you can see, the top reason why we've not moved forward with the cases, 42% of them were not serious misconduct. 32% of those were not clear and convincing, and 26% were not actionable or no action. Not actionable are cases where there was a sustained finding, but based on the time and the dispo of that case, by law, we could not move forward with it. Okay. Those cases with sustained findings, as you can see, 74% of the incidents that we took in were on duty when the officer committed that misconduct, and 26% were off duty. On the closed cases with sustained findings, the agency discipline imposed. This is important because it tells you the agencies are policing their own. Under most circumstances, there was some form of discipline. And as you can see under the 115, no discipline, the main reason was because they resigned in lieu of. I do want to concentrate a little bit on the termination number, which is 149. Let me check my notes here. So we looked at those 149 specifically. 85% of those terminations were because of agency policy violations. So in turn, it did not turn into serious misconduct. So we do get a lot of questions from agencies about closing cases where there was a sustained finding, the officer was terminated. Why is Post not moving forward with that case for decertification? A lot of it is because it's an agency policy violation, is not serious misconduct. There are some circumstances where it could be a harassment EEOC complaint versus demonstrating bias. It's misconduct, but it's not serious misconduct. Another example I can give you is dishonesty. We get a lot of cases where there's timesheet fraud, there's failure to act, there's neglect of duty, all misconduct, but does not fall within the guardrails of our definition for dishonesty for serious misconduct. So we also have a priority matrix that we call P3s and P4s. Those are basically cases that the agency has done an administrative investigation, and they either found a not sustained, unfounded, or exonerated finding. And the P4s are all of our retro cases where we could not take action based on the time frame. So this gives you kind of just a snapshot on those closures and why they were closed. As you can see, 69% of them was because they were not actionable at the time. 26% not serious misconduct, 4% for not clear and convincing. And during this whole process, we did update Mark 43 internally for Post, where we have more of a clear-cut closure code. So that 1% are cases that we do need to go back and correctly close them so that we can identify them as one of those codings. I do want to give you a stat that the closures of P3s and P4s represent 86% of our closures right now. Voluntary surrenders, Michelle kind of touched on the number overall. This slide is for 2024 only. We've had 31 voluntary surrenders for just this year. To give you an idea of a comparison, last year we had 10. And part of that reason, and the main reason why we've had so many voluntary surrenders, is because we began sending out a notice of investigation letter to the subject officer. That started in January of this year. And basically it's just a notification to the officer that Post has received a case from the agency, and we're notifying them that we are looking into it. It doesn't tell them whether we're moving forward with the case or not. It gives them information about the process. And it also, more importantly, gives them a contact information of the consultant who's working the case. So if they have questions, they can call them and ask them questions that come up during the process. The top allegations for voluntary surrenders are dishonesty and acts that violate the law. So this is a slide of our current revocation and suspension cases. To date, we've sent 23 notice of intent to revoke letters out. 6 cases have appealed. The commission will hear 4 of them tomorrow, and they've already heard 2 from the previous. 7 have defaulted, which basically means that the officer was given 30 days to respond to Post to ask for a review or appeal, and they chose not to respond. So they automatically show revocation. 1 surrendered, and we do have 9 pending cases right now where they were in that 30-day time frame of their response. If you look at those stats, agency discipline, 14 of those 23 were terminated and 9 were resigned in lieu of. And then misconduct, when they occurred, 14 occurred on duty and 9 off duty. And again, if you look at the top 2 allegations for the cases that we're currently moving forward with, are dishonesty and acts that violate the law. I believe that's my last slide. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions or comments from the committee members?
It's a daunting task.
Comments?
Brent Stocker, I just want to thank you guys for your time. I know this is an incredible task to do, so let's thank you for putting the work into it.
We have a lot of help with our staff helping with those stats, so I appreciate our staff behind us.
No, I just wanted to thank staff for the information that included the individual officer number represented there. I think that's helpful information to have. And then I also think, you know, the box 14 information will also, as that evolves, will be good information to have as well. And so, you know, obviously SB2 is a new process that continues to be refined along the way, and as well as the stats, so it'll give us a clearer picture as it moves forward. But I also just want to thank staff for the great work that you've done on implementing this. And it's certainly a difficult challenge, but you've risen to the task, and want to thank you for that. So thank you for that presentation.
Okay. I think now we can move on to, there were 9 total voting items that the advisory committee requested to hear some reports on. So we will move to the first voting item, which is a report on amendments to Commission Regulation 1001, 1004, 1005, and the Commission Procedure D13, which is field training. I'd like to call Senior Consultant Stephen Crawford, Basic Training Bureau, to provide a report on the amendments to these regulations.
Good morning. Thank you, Advisory Chair, Chair members. My name is Stephen Crawford. I'm a law enforcement consultant in the Basic Training Bureau. I will be proposing modifications to the post-field training program to ensure the program is kept relevant and congruent with existing statutory and regulatory requirements. I will provide a brief historical lineage of the program, explain the current project and what we are attempting to modify and change based upon research, subject matter expert meetings, surveys, and communication with statewide stakeholders. The last major undertaking of the field training program took place in 2014. The program was last updated, standardized, and aligned to be congruent with the learning domains in the regular basic course. Since 2014, changes relating to regulations and statutory requirements were updated as necessary. In 2022, we held the first of 9 different workshops to completely revamp the entire program. We finished the last workshop in 2023. In addition to the workshops, we conducted 3 surveys and vetted the developed material to agencies throughout the state for validation. As a result of the research, content was updated in the following areas. We completely rewrote and revamped what we call Volume 1, which is the administrative portion of the field training guide, which is approximately 100 pages. We rewrote and revamped Volume 2, which is the validation section, which encompasses approximately 600 pages. We looked to amend Commission Regulation 1001, a definition. Commission Regulation 1004 and 1005, specifically related to the field training program, and Commission Procedure D13. Additionally, we reviewed all 3 courses related to the field training program, which includes the following: the basic FTO course, which is 40 hours, the FTO basic update course, which is 24 hours, the field training supervisor administrator coordinator course, which is 24 hours. As a result of this project, we've identified the following items that either need to be updated, modified, and or created to reflect more contemporary language. Commission Regulation 1004 requires peace officers complete a field training program following the completion of a regular basic course or academy. Post is proposing revisions to multiple statutory items related to the field training, including Commission Regulation 1001, 1004, 1005, Commission Procedure D13, and the post-approved field training FTP program and the police training program, as well as the application process, which includes the post 2-229 form. Additionally, modifications have been made to ensure consistency with existing regular basic course learning domain content, provide clarification on existing language, and update all outdated material. This includes a complete review of the content, structure, and syntax to remain congruent with current learning domains. Our packet has been submitted for your review. I would like to highlight some select items of interest that we feel are important to mention before the advisory board. Commission 1001. We feel it necessary to update the definition of trainee found in Commission 1001, number 47. At present, it only refers to students currently in post-certified courses. It was originally created as a fiscal definition to allow agencies seeking reimbursement. Due to the frequent usage of the term trainee in the field training program statewide, we feel it necessary to further elaborate on this regulation, the definition to the training program to be more general and versus solely attending a course. I will provide the current verbiage. A trainee is an employee of a department who attends post-certified course. The language we are proposing is a trainee is an employee of a department who is either attending a post-certified course or participating in a post-approved field training program / police training program under the direct and immediate supervision of a qualified training officer. Commission Regulation 1004. General changes were made throughout this section that were necessary to correct revised dates, remove non-existent subsections, and correct formatting issues. In subsection 1004, A3, capital A, we recommended the removal of "or" is deemed necessary to ensure the individual who will oversee and manage the field training program has supervisory experience. Post awards the supervisor's certificates to those who minimally hold first level supervisory positions, which is most commonly the rank of sergeant. The current verbiage allows an agency to appoint someone to oversee the field training program who has no supervisory experience and at times may be the same rank as those they are supervising, which creates situations where oversight is not taking place. In subsection 1004A4, it is necessary to add subsection E as reference to existing government code, section 7286 B18, in which departments are required to implement procedures to prevent officers from providing training who are prohibited from training after a sustained excessive unnecessary use of force allegation. Adding reference to this government code ensures departments are familiar with this order. In subsection 1004A, it is necessary to add subsection 10 to incorporate legislative training requirements that went into effect May 1st, 2016 per Penal Code section 13515.295. An amendment to the existing post 229 form was created and issued to the stakeholders statewide, but the addition to the Commission Regulation 1004 was overlooked. Adding this reference here and to the post 229 form incorporated by reference will create ease for the field and post and will ensure departments attest to incorporating this legislative training requirements into their field training program. Post-approved field training program, FTP 229, changes were made generally throughout the form to correct grammar, revision, dates, and formatting issues. It is necessary, in our opinion, to remove reference to post 2-230 as it was retired in July 2022. The change under general information as necessary to ensure consistency with Commission 1001 and definitions of the 229 form itself. Section D13.2, the proposed change is necessary to ensure departments are reviewing and submitting their field training program guides and manuals to post for approval on a regular basis. Currently, the language in D13.2 indicates departments should update their training programs whenever changes are necessitated by post or departmental need. This leads to an accountability gap between post and the field. The extensive time between each department's field training program currently causes a lapse in updates to material that should be regularly updated in accordance with learning domain changes or legislative mandates. During this process, post utilized the expertise of the field training program supervisors, coordinators in the field to establish a time frame that we feel would not create a hardship to any one of the affected stakeholders. Currently, Post attempts to have departments complete their program every 6 years, but we only have context information with about half those being completed at any one given time. Adding the requirement of an 8-year time frame to this procedure would ensure departments have to review and submit their program on a regular basis. Furthermore, implementing an 8-year time frame. It is believed Post staff would be able to handle the approval or denial process without an increase in staff. And that is due to the fact that we're predicated upon where we're starting at. We, in Post, as of today, we have 601 departments under the Post umbrella. However, we only have 499 that actually have a Post, are required to have a Post field training program. At present, we have about 67% that are current. This includes my proposal. May I answer any questions or elaborate more on the specifics of, as I aforementioned?
Any questions or comments from the committee members? This was a pulled item.
Brent Stalker again, I was part of this and I appreciate the work. So this is another big task. So thank you.
This has been it's been a 2.5-year project. If I noticed, I mentioned that the last major undertaking was to complete it in 2014. So when you have a time lapse of that much time in abundance with material and new legislative material, it's imperative that we stay current and relative and also complete in-progress reviews to make sure that we're on top of our game.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm gonna switch things up a little bit for the remaining items. We do have a hard stop as we have another meeting in here at 12. So for the next items as they get introduced, we're gonna forego the full presentation. And for those committee members that had a specific question or concern about that item, if you could, when the staff member is present at the table, address that specific question or comment so that we can, we still have about 8 more items to get through and we are running short on time here. So I want to make sure we do get to the items that were pulled. So we'll have the staff member come up. We'll go directly to questions or comments from there.
The next item, welcome Bureau Chief Carrie Holler, Basic Training Bureau, to provide or answer questions on proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1005, 1007, and 1008, training and testing specifications for peace officer basic courses. As our chair requested, please at this time ask any questions you may have of Ms. Holler. Thank you.
Hey, were there questions or comments from the committee members on this particular item upon review?
Tony Coronado, I was just wondering, what is this going to involve at an officer level for annual training, or is this going to be an RBC change?
So this specifically is for the RBC. I believe there is an in-service video that I don't know if Anne Marie wants to speak to, but this is specific to the RBC and some other basic courses.
Would this also be adding time to that RBC?
So it does add an hour. There's 4 different basic courses that it'll affect. It'll be the RBC, which every course it adds an hour. However, there's additional hours that we took from, so it won't increase the total number for the RBC. Module 3, we'll be adding it to. That will increase by 1 hour. Then we have the SIBC course, which will increase by an hour. However, we have additional hours in that course too. So overall, it won't increase. And then for the requalification course, it will add an extra hour.
If I may add for Chief Coronado, this is only a mandate for the academy. The in-service portion is all voluntary. Those videos are not required, at least at this point. Well, nor is this until the commission approves it, but we have not moved anything forward to require in-service to watch any of the videos. We've had discussions about it, but we haven't moved in that direction yet.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Right, the next item is at this time, I'll call Staff Services Manager Anita Finner, Basic Training Bureau. This was to be a report on the proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1005, 1007, and 1059, Basic Coursework Sample Test Battery Proctor Manual 2012. Any questions for Ms. Finner?
Yes, ma'am. Tony Coronado, on this one for the work sample test battery, what's going to be added? And is it going to be adding more time or going to be additional obstacles? What is that going to look like?
Thank you for your question, sir. The work sample test battery proctor manual, we've simply, staff had conducted an in-depth review of the manual itself. No changes were made to the events within the test, and there were no changes to the equipment specifications as previously approved by the commission and rulemaking process. We simply added verbiage for clarity in the test itself. So there's no additional time that will be added to any of our basic courses. You're welcome.
Additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
All right, the next matter under Certification Bureau is a report on proposed amendment to Commission Regulation 1210 Voluntary Surrender Form. Again, Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler is present to answer any of your questions regarding the form itself.
Okay, questions or comments from the committee members on this item? All right, that was short and sweet. Thank you.
Michelle, you can hang out for a minute. There's a report on proposed amendment to Commission Regulation 1202. This again under Ms. Weiler, and this is a report on the peace officer certificates. Excuse me. Any questions on changes to 1202?
Seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, Michelle Weiler again, Bureau Chief for Certification Bureau. There is also an amendment to Regulation 1201, which are definitions related to peace officer certifications. Any questions on 1201 changes? Okay. Seeing none, you got off easy. All right, the next voting item, the advisory committee requested to be heard is from the Training Delivery Compliance Bureau. At this time, I'll call Bureau Chief Tom Chalk to provide or to answer questions on proposed amendments to Commission Regulation 1001 for definitions, 1070 minimum training standards for instructors of post-certified specialized training, and 1082 minimum content requirements for instructor courses.
Chair Salazar, members of the committee, good morning.
Morning. Any questions or comments on this item from the committee?
I do. Hey, Brent Stalker. Thank you for being here. I have a question on 1070. Can you kind of touch base a little bit on how Post is moving forward with that? I know if you look at like and specifically like firearms, if I'm understanding it, if some of these courses as like a firearms instructor, if you've gone through it 20 years ago, it's required to go, or we're looking at requiring to go back through the course again. Can you talk a little bit about what those requirements are going to be?
Yes, sir. So just briefly, Regulation 1070 identifies certain critical skill, high-risk liability topics outlined in the regulation. And currently, and then Regulation 1082 identifies the minimum course content and hourly requirements for those courses that are in 1070. So the process for this regulation amendment is to add certain topics into 1070 that currently aren't there that would require an instructor update. For example, currently, you could have attended the firearms instructor course, which is outlined in 1082, but there's no instructor update requirement. So if you went through firearms instructor course, let's say in the 90s, when you were taught or teaching recruits or in-service staff with revolvers, there's no requirement for you to ever have any update training, and you can still currently teach. So this regulation amendment is addressing those concerns and that type of training issue that does not exist.
And I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. So let's just say that this goes through and a specific department has, I'm going to use firearms, has a firearms instructor course and along with 20 instructors that teach for that. Would they be allowed to, would that department be allowed to send their personnel through their own firearms instructor course?
Yes, if their firearms instructor course meets the minimum course content requirement that we are incorporating in this regulation amendment. So I have it on the slides, but it's easier to show, like in the staff report, the idea is this: if you have your own firearms instructor course and your instructors well, I'll just back up. So this is what we're proposing. So effective January 1, 2025, instructors who complete arrest and control instructor, defensive tactics instructor, driver awareness instructor, driver training instructor, firearms instructor, use of force instructor, physical training instructor for the basic academy, or the equivalency process specified in Commission Regulation 1070. For any of these training courses, the instructors shall complete an update course that meets the minimum content requirements specified in Commission Regulation 1082D. And that requirement would be, they'd have to complete that requirement within 4 years of completion of the initial instructor training course, or within 4 years of completion of the equivalency process. So I know you mentioned firearms, but I added the other topics that we're addressing in this regulation amendment.
Hey, thank you. Again, so if I'm understanding this correctly, you've been a firearms instructor for 4 years. The recommendation now is that you're going to have to go back through an update course. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. So if you're to add to that, so instructors who have completed the required instructor training course or equivalency process. So if you're a current instructor now, okay, and you've taken the instructor course prior to January 1, 2025. So basically our current instructors that we have, you shall complete an instructor update course by January 1, 2029. So for your so if I'm a firearms instructor currently, by January 1, 2029, I will have to have a 4 or 8 hour update depending on what's outlined in Regulation 1082.
And who would be completing those 4-hour update courses? Do we have agencies that are identified? Is it going to be the same agencies that are doing the firearms instructor course?
Yes, sir. If you're a presenter, and whether it be basic academy or in service, and you currently are running your in-service employees through your firearms instructor course or defensive tactics, now that course that you're teaching currently, we'll just need to make sure it has the minimum course content that we've identified in this regulation amendment. So the agencies themselves could put this on. It's not taking it outside of an agency or a basic academy or college-based training center or provider.
But my only concern on this is I look at this like a need to have a train the trainer course. Because, for instance, if you have a department that's putting on a firearms instructor course, but they're not up to date, are we sending people back through stuff that is not current versus it seems to me like if we're going to require this, that we should have train the trainer courses that either post regulates or somebody regulates to look at it and make sure that the content that is being taught is correct and up to date, if that makes sense what I'm saying. So I'm just concerned about the fact that if we just send them through, their own department again, that really, what are we accomplishing? Because they could be just learning the same bad habits again.
So we in training, delivery, and compliance, we certify these courses. And if you have an existing course that is currently certified that perhaps doesn't meet new regulatory requirements that we're proposing to have incorporated in 1082, these courses go into what's called modification on a reoccurring basis, and then our consultants look and determine whether or not the existing curriculum meets any future mandate or any changes to regulations. So we manage that. We at Post. We're not going to certify a firearms instructor course that has been in existence since 1990 without any update after this regulation gets approved.
Does Post go out there to look and seeing what they're physically go out there to see what they're teaching?
Occasionally, if needed. Yes, sir. And I look at every single course that we certify as well.
Again, I appreciate the work on this, and my opinion on this is it's very much needed, and I'm really happy to see this going through. My concern is I just want to make sure that with this and the work that you're putting into this, that the teaching is actually getting better than staying on track. And I'm just concerned that if people go through the same training program as their department, they're going to be getting taught the same stuff. And that, again, that's where my concern is. And I just want to make sure that we're really looking at the update course to make sure that again, that we're getting the information, the updated information that we need.
We take it a step further as well, sir. We also do what's called quality assurance. We have a quality assurance program. So we sit through courses and evaluate them, whether it be randomly or if we receive information from the field of maybe inappropriate instruction, we'll send a quality assurance program person to sit through that entire course. And then we can determine whether or not we want to continue to certify it or provide the presenter with tips on how to improve, and our feedback from attending the course.
Last question, would it be unreasonable before that department is allowed to do their 4-hour update course? Would it be unreasonable to have that course either audited or looked at by post as far as physically to make sure that everybody's happy with the content that that is being taught during that course?
Well, for the updates, we would have to look at the courses because they're new. We're adding these courses into regulation that currently don't exist. So we have to certify them. And I'll take it a step further. We have another workshop plan. If this is approved in the format that we have, we want to reconvene that same subject matter expert group. And we're going to sit down and create the actual expanded course outline so it's standardized across the field so agencies can use our course that we created with our content.
Thank you.
Director Alvarez, you had some comments?
Mr. Chair and Lieutenant Stocker, just in terms of reviewing all of these courses, I think it would be extremely difficult for us to do that just based on the sheer number of courses that require 1070 or will require the update. The QAP program, we dedicate about $500,000, just over $500,000 per year. It would cost us a ton of money to do that and a ton of resources. So spot checking and reviewing new courses is probably the only thing we'll be able to do.
Any additional questions or comments on this item? Ms. Morrell.
Tammy Morrell, I had the opportunity to sit on the subject matter expert committee. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
My concern that, first of all, this is needed, and I recognize that, and we need to move forward with this. My concern is from a community college perspective, no training budgets as in an agency. And so I think that as colleges and CADA specifically, we need to work with the chancellor's office to get some either strong workforce or Perkins money dedicated to getting our 1070 instructors trained to the level that they need to be, because it has been an issue in the past of people going years and years and years with no updates whatsoever. Thank you.
And we did meet with the chancellor's office and we were told that there is funding available for this.
Right.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chocklaw.
Okay, there was a request to hear about the reports on factors for consideration of penalty. These are disciplinary guidelines. Happy to answer any of your questions regarding why we would create these.
I don't need a presentation, but I just wanted to make a comment. Again, as SB2 evolves, I think we continue to fine tune this. And I actually found this document to be very helpful because it also delves a little deeper into the 9 areas of misconduct. And I think for agencies gives some clarification and examples of what POST is considering, what an ALJ judge might consider as far as how we look at these cases as well. So I just wanted to compliment the work that was done and say that it was helpful from an agency perspective to have a little bit more clarification, which was nice. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. These will be before the commission tomorrow for consideration, probably not a vote. We're going to hopefully establish a subcommittee and work through finalizing the disciplinary guidelines. Moving on to the next report requested by the committee. This was regarding a policy modification to the commission policy for mail and electronic voting on administrative disciplinary matters. If you have any questions, both Chief Counsel Toby Darden and myself are here to answer any questions you may have on that.
Any questions or comments on this item?
Brent Stalker real quick. I'm assuming this was done for time purposes to make it easier, so we're not, so I guess so there's not so many meetings. Would that be correct?
Correct. We're under some pretty strict timetables under the Administrative Procedure Act. So we have 100 days from receipt of the proposed decision to come up to a final determination. And if not, then the ALJ's opinion would be automatically accepted. So it's important for us in terms of sort of moving these cases through, that if there are some that we can do the by mail voting, if they're not contested, then it just helps us to sort of expedite that process. The commission did ask that as we drafted the policy, that we would only make those cases in which the ALJ had a decision which ultimately agreed with the decision that the commission had requested in the first place. Those are the only ones that could be done by mail. Anything else we would have to have a regular commission meeting and consider the decision.
Additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Darden. Okay, so that concludes the presentations for this afternoon. Are there any, or this morning, are there any other questions or comments on the commission agenda before we move on to the remainder of the agenda? Okay, we will now move to advisory committee member reports. And this will be the time for advisory committee members to report on any items from their respective organizations. And I'll start with Ms. Oborn.
Nothing to report today.
Chief Coronado.
Nothing to report, sir.
Ms. Cottrell.
Just wanted to share that I was very impressed by the work that was being done with the collaboration between the northern and southern chapters of the Association of Public Safety Communication Officials and the California chapter of the National Emergency Numbers Association. They recently brought dispatchers from all over the state of California to the Capitol to talk about the future of communications and law enforcement, and also to have an opportunity to discuss how they could support telecom companies with their infrastructure needs to have a continuity of operations plans in the event of natural disasters. And I really want to commend them for doing this because it's opening up an additional chapter for the professionalism of this work group and to ensure that the public safety is working for all the residents of California. Thank you.
Stalker. Ms. Merle.
CADA is continuing to wonder and look at the modern policing degree, what that might be when it is ultimately refined. A companion piece, a companion problem, if you will, is that the federal government recently changed the FAFSA, which is student funding, student funding process, to change the rules that many of our post-basics courses would no longer qualify for financial aid for students, for independent students, which is incongruent with the modern policing degree language. And so we're waiting. We don't know what we don't know. We're hoping that the FAFSA rules in particular will be delayed. It looks like they will be. But we're waiting, wondering what the modern policing degree is going to look like, how the academies play in the modern policing degree, and if the regular basic course is part of the modern policing degree, what happens with agencies who aren't affiliated with colleges. So waiting, and we don't know what we don't know yet. Thank you.
Mr. Terrio.
PORAC has been heavily involved in creating the statewide K-9 standard that would be done through POST, and we're actively consulting with legislature folks and on AB 3241 and trying to work with the author of AB 2042 as well, and merging those things together so that we can have a statewide standard, and which surprisingly we do not, and that will come through POST, and we're actively engaged and working on that.
Okay, thank you. All right. At this time, are there any commissioners present, and would they have any comments for the good of the group? Seeing none, we'll move on. We have no old business for discussion, and we will move on to new business. I do want to address under new business. We do have a need to identify a new vice chair for the advisory committee. So at this time, I would accept any nominations for anyone to accept the role of vice chair for the post advisory committee. Mr. Stogger?
Be happy to do it.
Volunteers or nominators?
I'll second the nomination of Brent Stocker.
Additional questions, comments, nominations?
I was going to nominate Tony Corona, nominate Chella.
So I have a nomination for Lieutenant Stalker, a nomination for Chella. The second for Chella's nomination, or any other questions or discussion? Okay, so we have two nominations. I have a motion for Lieutenant Stalker and a second. Do I have a motion? I have a motion for Chella, a second for Chella, or?
I'll second for Cello as well. That's possible.
Great. Now we have a situation.
I don't know what the parliamentary rules are for that. It needs to be a vote.
It's a good question. Okay, so I'm gonna take a vote. All in favor for Lieutenant Stalker for the vice chair, please say aye.
Aye.
Can I get, I'm gonna take a roll call. So start with Oborn.
Aye.
Lieutenant Stalker? Sure. Right. And for Chilla Cottrell.
Aye.
So the nomination would go to Lieutenant Stalker for the vice chair for the post advisory committee. So thank you. Okay. I believe that is all of the business we have. Tomorrow's post commission meeting will also include the Post Excellence in Training Awards. And the next upcoming advisory committee meeting will be held November 20th, 2024 here at Post headquarters. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's after our start time. Welcome, everyone. I'm Jeff Long, Chair of the Post Commission. Today is June 12th, 2024. It is 12:07, and we are on the record. Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the commission, welcome. Commissioner Barcelona.
Here.
Commissioner Braun. Commissioner Brazil.
Here.
Commissioner Cooper. Commissioner Yule.
Present.
Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Long.
Here.
Commissioner Woolry. Commissioner Moon.
Present.
Commissioner Nieto.
Here.
And Commissioner Rodriguez.
Here.
At the moment, we have 7. We're expecting, I believe, Chief Gordon. I would now like to introduce Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board Counsel, Chris Beatty, here. Post Chief Counsel, William, AKA Toby Darden, and Post Executive Director, Manny Alvarez. This is the time for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda or not on the agenda, but under the commission's jurisdiction. Any public comment on peace officer revocation cases to be heard today will be taken at the time of the specific case. Pursuant to commission policy, I, as chair, will manage the public comment period in deference to the commission's workload and time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each commission meeting for public comments on items of the agenda. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to limit their remarks to no more than 5 minutes each. If we have many people who wish to speak on the same topic, I may ask that you limit remarks to no more than 1 minute. Pursuant to existing commission policy, the chair may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised the commission cannot take action today on items that are not on the agenda. And finally, please remember this meeting is being transcribed, so please speak slowly and clearly so your comments can be correctly recorded in the transcript. And I will try to be heard as well. I had a molar pulled out yesterday, so I'm navigating enunciation. Does anyone wish to address the commission during public comment? When it is your turn, if you wish, please state your name and organization. Come forward. Nope. Whatever you like.
Good afternoon. My name is Marshall Arnwine. I am the legal policy advocate for the ACLU of Northern California. In my role, I analyze state and local legislation regarding police practices and advise development of new policies and laws to reform police matters. Today, we are here as the ACLU wanting to ask Post a few questions because we have been recently involved in Vallejo in response to the city's lengthy and tragic history of police violence. We serve communities that are directly impacted by systems of criminalization and oppression. And in those conversations with those who have lost loved ones to Vallejo Police Department, we have been informed that there's no trust in the Vallejo Police Department and following the SB2 police decertification reporting laws, specifically outlined in California Penal Code 13510.8, subsection C1, and California Penal Code 13510.9. Today, we are asking Post if the Vallejo Police Department has been following the SB2 police decertification laws. In reviewing the Post 2023 annual report, it states that in January 2024, Post identified 265 agencies that has not yet submitted any misconduct reports to Post. We would like to know if Vallejo Police Department was one of those agencies. If Post has already publicly posted a list of agencies that are not reporting, we would like to know where can we publicly access that information. If Post has not made this information public, we are requesting Post to do so to help the Vallejo community in transparency and accountability. My next specific question is regarding the law of retroactivity. Between January 1st, 2020 and January 1st, 2023, that all complaints of serious misconduct must be reported to Post, regardless of finding. The question we have is, did Vallejo Police Department send Post a complaint on Officer Jared Tan? Sean Monterosa was shot and killed by Officer Tan on June 2nd, 2020. This death would fall under the physical abuse serious misconduct definition. This death would also fall under the required retroactivity reporting requirement. Because of that, Vallejo Police Department, by July 1st, 2023, should have already reported that information to Post. If Vallejo Police Department has not reported this officer for investigation, we are asking that this officer be prioritized and flagged for Post investigation. Officer Tan has been reinstated as an officer, and the Vallejo community is devastated by this. We are aware that Post can conduct an investigation solely for purpose of decertification that is separate and distinct from any employment decision made by the Vallejo Police Department. If Post has not investigated Officer Jared Tan for decertification review, we're asking that you do so. In conclusion, it is true that SB 2 does place the responsibility on Vallejo Police Department to report investigations to Post. But in speaking to community members that have lost loved ones to Vallejo Police Department, they have no faith that the Vallejo Police Department will follow the law. This community has long been victimized by its police force without transparency and accountability. It is not lost on us that Post has done a tremendous job investigating so many reports, at least 22,000 reports of allegations of misconduct across the state. And we appreciate your hard work on that. I'm open to hearing the answers to my questions now, but understand that this is off the agenda comment. But I will leave my card here in case you all can answer my questions at another time. Thank you for your attention to this important matter.
Thank you very much for showing up today. Does anyone have any questions? Concerns? I believe that we can get back to you by tomorrow in terms of the Vallejo reporting. Is that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I mean, if that's what you all request, we can definitely provide you with a number. If Vallejo Police Department has submitted reports, I don't know that off the top of my head. In terms of discussing any potential case, whether it's on this individual or this individual officer or other individuals, I would say that we should definitely refrain from those discussions since they may come before the board and the commission, but we can provide at least some detail tomorrow as to whether they had reported or not reported. We can look that up, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments at this point from members of the public? Oh. Okay. All right, we will now begin with the first of the 5 certification cases before the commission today. Remember that today's agenda is limited to the 5 cases on the agenda. All other post business is agendized for tomorrow's meeting. So I will now ask Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Munayo and Chief Counsel William Darden to provide an update on post case 2303691, James Kurtz Fillmore, who at the time of the events in question was employed by the LAPD. I believe counsel for Mr. Fillmore may be appearing remotely.
Okay, well, I can go ahead and get started. So this is an update. As the commission will recall, at our last meeting, the case involving Mr. Fillmore was heard by the commission. The direction that was given to staff by the commission was that we work with Mr. Fillmore and his counsel to see if it was possible for us to enter into a resolution on the terms that had been requested by the commission. After a number of discussions and negotiations, we were able to enter into an agreement on the terms that were specified by the commission, with one amendment that Commissioner Brazil and Chair Long had agreed to after negotiation. Because of the way in which this works, we don't want to yet provide the full terms in open session. So we are permitted by the Administrative Procedure Act to go into closed session to simply advise you of the terms of the commission, so that, the terms of the settlement, so that the commission can be aware of it and then can come back out into open session to vote on it at the point where the commission adopts the settlement agreement as the proposed decision. Then we could make the terms public, and the agreement itself will be public as well. Mr. Chair, so whether or not you want to go ahead and entertain public comment now, and then again, after we come back from closed session. Otherwise, unless Ms. Del Monayo has any additional comments, are there any questions from the commission? We would simply ask that this matter be trailed or continued until after the closed session, which I understand the first closed session will happen after the Diaz case, but I'm happy to entertain any questions if there are any before then. Also, just as a reminder, so Mr. Beatty is set. Just so there's no confusion as to our roles, Mr. Beatty is your counsel for purposes of today, for purposes of the commission in its adjudicatory capacity as a judge, basically, of these cases. So he will provide all of that advice to you. Tomorrow, I will be the commission's counsel again, but as of today, Mr. Beatty is your counsel in your adjudicatory capacity, and my role is to represent post-ed. Anyway, so if there are any questions on Fillmore, happy to address them. Ms. Del Monayo, if you have anything else you wanted to add.
Chairman Long, may I talk about the operational side of this?
Sure.
There was some question as to how to operationalize, ensuring the terms and conditions that you all wanted to impose would be met. I just wanted to update you on working with different laboratories on the biological fluid testing. That would be a condition of the terms that we're going to be put before you, that have been agreed on by Mr. Fillmore and council. So any questions on operationalizing the terms and conditions?
See none. So there will be opportunity for public comment when we return from closed session. However, if anyone wishes to provide comment now, they may do so. And I believe Ms. Wilcox is with us remotely. Ms. Wilcox, you wish to comment now and or again if you choose.
Thank you, sir. I just would like to let the commission know that Mr. Fillmore wanted to let all of you know that he appreciated this opportunity and allowing us to work with both Mr. Darden and Mr. Beck in negotiating this settlement. And I'm here to answer any questions the commission may have after you've reviewed the settlement agreement.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? If not, what we'll do now is we'll begin with the next case and we'll roll them together. So we'll go into closed session after the Diaz case, and at which time we will also discuss the specific terms of the settlement, and then we'll come back out. Any questions? So we move now to the next items on the agenda. We have 4 new cases to hear. We will only be reviewing the facts and evidence as presented by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division and the recommendation of the Peace Officer Standards Accountability and Advisory Board. This is not an evidentiary hearing. The rules of evidence do not apply. Evidence is not formally admitted into the record. There is no need to make objections, and objections will not be ruled upon. Per the Penal Code and applicable state regs, this hearing will determine if the case proceeds to a full evidentiary hearing before an administrative law judge to determine whether the allegations are true and merit discipline. At this stage, the commission may only consider facts that the division, after investigating, believes can be proven at a later evidentiary hearing, as well as the recommendation of the board. Today, the commission will consider arguments as to whether or not those facts, as presented by the division, demonstrate a high probability that serious misconduct as defined in Penal Code Section 13.510.8 and Regulation 205 occurred. The commission's finding in the affirmative results in the matter moving forward. No actions by the commission prior to a full evidentiary hearing amount to a final determination that an officer engaged in serious misconduct or that revocation or suspension is mandated. Just a couple notes on process. Following the case presentation, I will ask if any commissioners feel the need to recuse themselves from a vote. due to a personal relationship with the officer or some related reason. Should a commissioner opt for recusal, I will ask that commissioner to leave the room for the remainder of the case in question. Should recusal result in an insufficient number of commissioners to reach the 2/3 vote necessary to revoke, I will recommend moving the case to the next commission meeting. Today with 8 and hopefully soon 9 members, a 2/3 vote will require 6. So I believe we're going to be okay on that front. Regarding closed session, there's no need to move to closed session to discuss a case or ask questions. A motion is always in order. Still, we can move and will move to closed session if a commissioner so requests, or if video evidence already made available to commissioners but requested to be shown again is deemed sufficiently graphic as to serve no public interest if displayed in open session. So I would call upon now law enforcement consultant William Imboden, sorry about that, William Imboden, Professional Conduct Bureau, LA, and Carrie Woolley, attorney with the Post Legal Affairs Bureau, and they will provide a report on case post 2311496, Cesar Hazel Diaz, with the time of the events at issue in this case was employed with the LA School District Police Department. Mr. Imboden and Ms. Woolley. Floor is yours, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, staff. My name is William Imboden, and I am a law enforcement consultant too, assigned to the Professional Conduct Bureau, Los Angeles County area. I'm here with respect to post case 2311496, which is Post versus Officer Cesar Diaz, formerly of the Los Angeles School District Police Department. In this case, the division found reasonable grounds to believe that Officer Diaz engaged in serious misconduct in violation of Penal Code Section 13510.8 sub B sub 6, acts that violate the law, alleging that Officer Diaz was arrested and convicted for driving under the influence of alcohol twice within a 10-week period in the year 2020. In the division's investigation summary and findings, it recommended revocation of Officer Diaz's post certification. In accordance with the requirements of Senate Bill 2, and as required by Penal Code Section 13510.85 sub A sub 4, this matter was heard by the Peace Officers Standards Accountability Advisory Board on March 21st, 2024. And following the conclusion of that hearing, the board voted to suspend Officer Diaz's certification for 6 months. The division asks that you adopt that recommendation today. As required by Penal Code Section 13510.85 sub A sub 5, the record of that proceeding is before you, which includes the agenda and attachments from that meeting, a transcript of the relevant portions of the hearing, and the recommendation of the board. Since the matter was also discussed in a closed session by the board, commission counsel will be able to advise you with respect to those proceedings. The law requires your review of that record before the board, which is before you and which you have not had an opportunity to review. To assist you in review of the record, I will take you through the case as presented there. As the record shows, I presented the case before the board substantially as follows. In June 2020, Cesar Hazel Diaz, an officer with the Los Angeles School District Police Department, while off duty, was arrested in Orange County for suspicion of driving under the influence of alcohol. Mr. Diaz was seen driving his vehicle recklessly at a high rate of speed, which is approximately 50 miles per hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, on the wrong side of the road and crossing over solid double yellow lines with passengers in his vehicle. Mr. Diaz failed field sobriety test and was subsequently arrested. When he was taken into custody, his loaded handgun was located in the waistband of his clothing. During the booking process, Mr. Diaz provided a blood sample to determine his blood alcohol concentration, which ultimately returned at 0.14% BAC post-arrest. Just 10 weeks later, in August of 2020, while driving his vehicle off duty in Los Angeles County, Mr. Diaz was seen rapidly accelerating as he exited a parking lot and swerving across 4 lanes of traffic in one move without signaling. After stopping at a red light, Mr. Diaz then accelerated rapidly while crossing 2 lanes of traffic to make a right turn without signaling. During the subsequent DUI investigation, it was discovered Mr. Diaz's loaded firearm was on the floor under the front passenger seat, which was occupied by a subject who was not a peace officer and who had also been drinking alcohol. While being booked at the jail after being arrested, Mr. Diaz provided a breath sample to determine his blood alcohol concentration. The sample showed that Mr. Diaz's blood alcohol concentration was 0.17 and 0.19% shortly after his arrest. In July of 2021 in LA County Court, Mr. Diaz pled no contest to one misdemeanor count of driving under the influence of alcohol with a BAC of 0.08% or higher. The second misdemeanor charge was dismissed as part of a plea deal. In October of 2022 in Orange County Court, Mr. Diaz pled guilty to two misdemeanors, driving under the influence and driving with a BAC of 0.08% or higher. Mr. Diaz's employer told the administrative investigation while the criminal cases worked their way through court, and due to court delays, the June 2020 arrest was not cleared administratively until December of 2022. At the conclusion of the administrative investigation, Mr. Diaz was suspended by his employer for 240 hours. As a result of his actions, Mr. Diaz was arrested twice in a 10-week span for driving under the influence of alcohol, and at the time of his second arrest, his BAC was significantly higher than the first time. During both arrests, he exhibited erratic and dangerous driving behavior, putting both his passengers and the rest of the motoring public at extreme risk of death or serious injury. Additionally, he was in possession of a loaded firearm both times. The second time, the firearm was unsecured and accessible by an inebriated passenger. Based on these actions and the details as I've described, the division believes there is clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Diaz committed serious misconduct as defined in Section 13.510, subsection B, subsection 6. For the purposes of this report, clear and convincing evidence means evidence of a charge is clear and convincing so long as there is a high probability that the charge is true. The evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. Following my presentation to the board, as documented in the transcripts before you, the following public comments were made by Officer Diaz. Officer Diaz took accountability for his actions in June and August of 2020 and discussed the factors that impacted his decision-making. Officer Diaz stated that he had completed a 30-day inpatient treatment program as well as a 90-day outpatient treatment program. And he talked about his life changes since the arrest and his new coping skills. When Officer Diaz concluded his comments, members of the board had no questions to pose. The board then went into closed session, and when they returned into open session, the board voted to suspend Officer Diaz's certification for 6 months, 4 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention. This is the conclusion of my presentation to you today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Brazil.
Following his testimony, are we allowed to go back and add things to the file? Question number one, and in particular, what I'm asking for is, do we verify that he did the 30-day inpatient treatment program?
I'm not sure if you answered the question, if I'm allowed to answer the question.
There were records in the IA investigation that he did in fact do an inpatient program.
So we verified that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe Mr. Diaz is here today to make public comment as well.
Then I have a second technical question. The 60-day, 6-month suspension, what's the start date on the, if it's confirmed 6-month suspension, what's the rest of the process and the start date?
Start date would have to begin once the commission makes determination. So it's not started. I mean,
Okay, it's not
pending.
retroactive back
It's-
to the
yeah.
incident itself. It's based on the date that we affirm it. And does this also go to the ALJ for review, or is it something that does not go to the ALJ for a hearing? Okay, thank you.
Questions from commissioners at this point? Mr. Diaz, do you wish to comment now, or you can comment now? You can comment after our closed session as well. Sure.
Host board members, I prepared a short little speech, kind of like I did last time when I was here, as Mr. Emboded, explained. So my name is Cesar Hazel Diaz. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I know this is a brand new process with California Post and everything, so we're all kind of learning as we go. Back in March, I represented myself to the advisory board and was thankful for their decision for a temporary suspension of my certification. Today, I ask while you consider my case and the advisory board's decision that you also consider the facts about what I have done to learn from my mistakes and how growing from those mistakes have made me a better and different person and a better police officer to this day. There was a period of time in 2020, my actions did not correctly reflect my true character. I was dealing with undiagnosed PTSD, unmanaged grief from family and work losses, childhood trauma, 2020 riots, COVID, and unfortunately, my list of coping skills, like many other police officers across the nation, only consisted of drinking. After my off-duty mistakes, I realized that what I was doing to cope wasn't working. I made a conscious decision to work on my personal and mental wellness by choosing to attend a 30-day inpatient rehabilitation program for first responders. After that, I also completed a 90-day outpatient program where I received continuous and extenuating support for my personal wellness to find new and healthy ways to cope with my PTSD that did not include drinking. I learned how my coping skills were detrimental to me and negatively affecting those around me, like my family, community, friends, and partners at work. Today, I stand in front of you, a better man with a long list of healthy coping skills. I have recently become a father, which has shaped my world for the better and created a why for me every single day. With my new coping skills, I have been able to successfully manage duty-related traumas, ongoing, continuous till this day. I love my job as a police officer. It affords me the opportunity to serve people on their worst days, including the people that have made similar mistakes to what I have made, and in some cases worse. It allows me to positively impact my community and to help set an example of how one can overcome their mistakes and increase their overall wellness and change their trajectory in life completely. With all that said, I understand that there is need for accountability in peace officers, and I commend your service and efforts for taking this challenge. I hope that you can see how my actions after my mistakes reflect my integrity and how I have held myself accountable for my family and my community that I serve. I look forward to being able to put these mistakes behind me and continue to serve my community and family every single day. Thank you for allowing me to represent myself and speak a little bit about who I am. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Diaz? Hearing none, then I will ask that we now adjourn into closed session for deliberations on this case as well as the Fillmore matter. Commissioners will exit into the room and to our deliberation room and return shortly for regular session. Okay, we will now reconvene regular session. And we'll return now to case 2303691, James Kurtz Fillmore, who at the time of the events at issue in this case is employed by the LAPD. As we've noted, the parties have agreed to a settlement on the terms. Does someone want to make a motion or let me be clear on this, Toby, do we need to go through the terms before a motion? After?
I would recommend that there be a motion to approve the proposed settlement as the decision of the commission, and then once there's a vote, then we can provide the details of the terms in public.
Is there a motion?
So move, Brazil.
Second?
Nieto.
Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Commissioner Barcelona. Barcelona.
Yes. Just making sure I knew which one you were talking about.
Ron. Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper. Yule.
Abstain.
Gordon. Chair Long.
Yes.
Woolry. Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Let me raise a parliamentary concern here first, Mr. Knapp. I believe we've never put Commissioner Gordon on the roll. So I asked that, well, let's rescind the motion. I'll have to do it over again, I believe, and need to call the absent members to make sure we have Commissioner Gordon on the roll. So we'll rescind, without objection, we'll rescind that motion and ask Mr. Knapp to call the absent members.
Commissioner Gordon.
Present.
I'll go back to the motion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Brazil.
Nieto second.
Okay, now, Mr. Knapp, please call the roll. Thank you.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Ron. Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper. Yule.
I abstain.
Gordon.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes.
Woolry. Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez. Thank you.
Get you covered. That's 7. Motion carries 7 aye votes, 1 abstention from Commissioner Yule. All right. Yeah, now in terms of the terms, Toby?
All right, so the settlement stipulation will become a public document, but we will summarize for transparency purposes the terms as set forth in the stipulation, which has now become the decision of the commission in this matter. So Mr. Fillmore has stipulated to the filing of an accusation, and his post certificate is revoked upon the filing of that. However, the revocation of the post certification is immediately stayed, subject to the probation terms and conditions, which Mr. Fillmore must comply with for 5 years or until his post certifications are voluntarily surrendered. He must obey all federal, state, and local laws. He will provide the commission with proof of completion or participation in all alcohol abuse treatment and counseling programs, as well as the results of alcohol treatment testing that he's taken to date. He shall not engage in any acts of serious misconduct as defined in 13.510.8, including but not limited to any acts that involve substance abuse related incidents. He shall provide any current, future, or potential law enforcement employer with the terms and conditions of the stipulation. He understands and agrees that the stipulated settlement, once adopted, is a public document and is subject to public release. If he violates the terms and conditions of his probation, the commission, after giving him notice and an opportunity to be heard, may set aside the stay order and impose the stayed revocation of his certification. Upon the approval of this matter, the commission withdraws the immediate temporary suspension within 30 days, subject to the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement. And If Mr. Fillmore obtains new law enforcement employment, then the following term and condition will take effect and will remain in effect for up to 5 years from the date of the onset of the new law enforcement employment. That term is that he is required to abstain from the use of alcohol and at his expense shall participate in random biological fluid testing or drug screening program subject to the commission's approval. The length of time and frequency is up to 15 times per year on a random basis. And those are the material terms.
Questions or comments from commissioners? All right, seeing none, we'll move and return now to case post 2311496, Cesar Diaz. Any additional public comment at this point from anyone in here? Then based on the closed session deliberations of the commission, I would ask, is there a motion? Mr. Brazil.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that directs council to work with the division on conditions of settlement that were discussed and directed within closed session.
A second.
Parcel owners.
Now, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun, Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper, Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Chair Long,
Yes.
Woolry, Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Now we will be taking a we'll be taking a break after this next moment. Kathy we'll be taking a 15-minute break. But before we do that, I believe Executive Director Alvarez has a response to, I don't know if the ACLU guy is still here or not. There he is. Good. We have response.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce Bureau Chief Rob Guyton, who is responsible for the region that covers, or the district that covers Vallejo Police Department, as well as Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Delmanayo. Rob, Anne Marie, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Again, my name's Rob Guyton. I'm the Bureau Chief of Professional Conduct Northern Bureau. And to respond to the questions earlier about Vallejo PD, I have a couple statistics. Since the inception of SB2, they have been providing reports to post. Currently, they have provided 96 misconduct reports to post. And for reference, Vallejo currently, as of today, has 72 sworn officers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Alwine, as I see you're still here, if you have additional questions like that, please feel free to get them to us. And thanks for raising the concern. We'll now take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back at 2:05. So Kathy, who's been feverishly typing since 9 a.m., can take a break. So back at 2:05. All right, we are back in session. 2:07. Ready for the next case. I will now call upon law enforcement consultant Mark Nagel, Professional Conduct, Southern Bureau, and Chris Becker, Assistant Chief Counsel, Post Legal Affairs Bureau, to provide a report on case Post 2300809 Dylan Fuston, who at the time of the events at issue in this case was employed by the San Diego PD. Mr. Nagel and Mr. Becker.
Good afternoon, Chair Long and Commissioners. My name is Law Enforcement Consultant Mark Nagel, and I am assigned to the Southern Professional Conduct Bureau. Joining me is Chris Becker from the Legal Affairs Bureau. I'm here to present case number 2300809 involving Officer Fuston, currently with the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. In this case, the division found reasonable grounds exist showing that Officer Fuston engaged in serious misconduct in violation of Penal Code Section 13510B1. Specifically, that Officer Fuston engaged in dishonesty by not accurately describing multiple uses of excessive force to mitigate the extent of injury sustained by the subject of the arrest. In the division's investigative summary and findings, it recommended revocation of Officer Fuston's post-certification. In accordance with the requirements of Senate Bill 2 and as required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A4, this matter was heard by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board on March 21st, 2024. Following the conclusion of that hearing, the board voted to recommend revocation of Officer Fuston's certification. The division asked you to adopt that recommendation today. As required by Penal Code 13510.85A5, the record of that proceeding is before you, which includes the agenda and attachments from that meeting, a transcript of the relevant portions of the hearing, and the recommendation of the board. This matter was heard in closed session by the board. Commission counsel will be able to advise you with respect to those proceedings. The law requires your review to be of that record before the board, which is before you, and which you have had an opportunity to review. To assist you in the review of that record, I will take you through the case as presented there. As the record shows, I presented the case before the board substantially as follows. On April 10th, 2020, Officer Fuston and partner responded to a call of a domestic violence incident. While on scene, Officer Fuston used force on the male suspect on two separate occasions. The force used by Officer Fuston on these two separate occasions was found to have violated the San Diego Police Department's use of force policy. As seen in the statutory language, Post is unable to act against Officer Fuston relating to the uses of force because the date of the incident predates the implementation of Penal Code Section 13510.8B3. However, the facts relating to the force used by Officer Fuston are relevant to support the dishonesty, which is covered under Penal Code Section 13510.8B1 and G1A. Those facts are incorrectly stating the amount of time the suspect was unconscious, incorrectly stating the suspect was guided to the ground, falsely stating the suspect had access to immediate weapons, stating he used distraction blows to secure the suspect's arm while pausing a half a second between each strike. At the time of the events at issue, the respondent was employed as a peace officer with the San Diego Police Department. On September 22nd, 2022, he resigned from the San Diego Police Department and began working as a deputy with the San Diego Sheriff's Office on September 23rd, 2022. In this case, the division concluded that Officer Fuston committed 4 instances of dishonesty in an effort to mitigate his actions and lessen the extent of the suspect's injuries stemming from Officer Fuston's excessive use of force on April 10th, 2020. First, Officer Fuston stated on multiple occasions the suspect was unconscious for 2 to 3 seconds. For example, Officer Fuston stated the following in his criminal report, quote, While guiding the suspect to the ground, he fell awkwardly due to his level of intoxication and struck the side of his head on the ground, causing him to lose consciousness for approximately 2 to 3 seconds. However, our investigation found Officer Houston's reporting of the time the suspect was unconscious to be dishonest, based on the following. Officer Houston keyed his radio and asked San Diego PD Communication to send medics 11 seconds after the suspect hit the ground. 48 seconds after the suspect hit the ground, Officer Houston keyed his mic and advised the suspect lost consciousness for 2 to 3 seconds. 1 minute after the suspect hit the ground, Officer Houston gave the suspect a sternum rub and told the suspect to wake up. 1 minute and 5 seconds after the suspect hit the ground, Officer Houston checked the suspect's pulse. 1 minute and 47 seconds after the suspect hit the ground, Officer Houston checked the suspect's pulse while the suspect could be heard snoring. 2 minutes and 58 seconds after the suspect hit the ground, the suspect moved his head for the first time since contacting the ground. During Officer Houston's investigative interview, he said he observed the suspect snoring and saw his eyes flutter as a sign the suspect was conscious. Officer Houston clarified his statement and said he misspoke. He said his statement assessment was wrong when he said the suspect was unconscious for 2 to 3 seconds. Officer Houston stated, quote, "The suspect was alive, but as far as awake and alert, no." Officer Houston was asked if he was accurate in his report. To this, Officer Houston responded, "No, I think it's pretty clear." Second, Officer Houston's statement that he held onto the suspect's body with both hands to guide the suspect to the ground. Specifically, in his criminal report, Officer Houston stated the following, quote, "I knew the suspect was in handcuffs and wasn't able to control himself during the fall, so I held onto his upper body with both of my hands to guide him to the ground where he could no longer kick me." However, our investigation found this statement to be dishonest based on the following. As seen in the video footage, the suspect was intoxicated and handcuffed. Officer Houston swept the suspect's legs out from under him without a plan for protecting the suspect from harm. Officer Houston's left hand was on the suspect's left arm, and the suspect fell to the right, making it unlikely his left arm would help control the suspect to the ground. The suspect's head was not controlled, resulting in the suspect's head colliding with the concrete floor. Third, Officer Houston's statement that the suspect had immediate access to a weapon while lying on the bed was not supported by articulable facts. Specifically, Officer Houston said the following in his criminal report of the incident, quote, "Suspect forced his left hand underneath him towards his waistband. Knowing that I had seen several large knives in the apartment and that they were spread out randomly through the apartment, I feared there may be another knife in the bed with the suspect. I also had not been able to check the suspect had any weapons on his person." However, our investigation found this statement to be dishonest based on the following. There was no mention of weapons on the initial call. The reporting party did not mention weapons as noted in the dispatch log. A knife on the table was no longer in reach of the suspect once the table was moved by the officers. Officers did not check the bed for weapons prior to waking the suspect. Officers had a clear view of the suspect's hands for several seconds. The suspect was not padded for weapons until he was taken outside. Neither officer mentions weapons in their reports besides the knife on the table that was moved away. Fourth, Officer Houston stated in his investigative interview that he used distraction blows to secure the suspect's arm while pausing a half second between each strike. Specifically, he stated, quote, "I executed distraction blows in order to basically get him to comply with our commands, as well as get his arm up." However, our investigation found this statement to be dishonest based on the following. Distraction blows target the lower body and are defined by San Diego policy as open-handed, lesser controlling strikes, using a lower level of force. Here, Officer Houston used a closed fist to deliver 6 full-force punches to the suspect's upper back, resulting in fractures of multiple ribs. The injuries sustained by the suspect are not consistent with distraction blows. The use of a closed fist strike as distraction techniques is not authorized per San Diego Police Department Procedure 1.04. Officer Houston said he believed the suspect was armed with a weapon. However, he could not articulate specific or articulable facts to support the belief the suspect was armed or had immediate access to a weapon at the time he punched the suspect multiple times. Penal Code Section 13510.8C5 and Post Regulation 1213 provides that the commission shall consider a peace officer's prior conduct, discipline, and service record, and any prior instances of misconduct, including any incidents occurring beyond the time limitation for investigation and evaluating whether to revoke certification for the incident under investigation. To the division's knowledge, there are 3 prior claims against Officer Houston alleging excessive use of force. They are as follows. October 27, 2019, while employed by the San Diego Police Department, Officer Houston responded to an intoxicated male. The suspect resisted arrest by pulling away from the responding officers and attempted to evade arrest. The suspect was subsequently arrested for narcotics possession and resisting arrest. A complaint by the suspect was made alleging excessive use of force against the officers. The allegation was investigated and determined to not be sustained. December 14th, 2019, 4 months before the event in question, San Diego Police Department officers, including Officer Houston, contacted a subject who matched the description of a person wanted for vandalism. The subject did not comply with commands and physically resisted officers. Officer Houston subdued the suspect by applying a carotid hold. The suspect alleged Officer Houston used excessive use of force. The San Diego Police Department subsequently conducted an investigation into Officer Houston's actions and determined he violated their use of force and carotid restraint procedures when he applied a non-departmental approved or modified carotid restraint or neck restraint and exceeded the carotid restraint duration hold of 15 seconds. As for the excessive use of force claim, Post closed this matter as non-actionable because the event took place in December 2019 prior to the January 1st, 2022 effective date of Senate Bill 2 and Penal Code Section 13510.8B3. It is our understanding that the victim in this matter filed a civil lawsuit in San Diego Superior Court in July of 2020 against Officer Houston, the other officers involved that day, and the city of San Diego. The lawsuit asserted, among other claims, that Officer Houston used excessive and unreasonable force against the victim and recklessly administered a chokehold against the victim. This case was removed to federal court and reportedly settled in January 2024 for $875,000. While the use of force in this matter was determined to be actionable by Post under SB 2, it is particularly noteworthy because it occurred 4 months prior to the events in question, and in our opinion, likely impacted Officer Houston's state of mind, played a role, and provided motive in Officer Houston's dishonesty in reporting the use of force in this case. October 20, 2022, a complainant alleged she suffered facial fracture and numerous body wounds resulting from an encounter with San Diego County Sheriff's deputies, which included Officer Houston. The use of force was determined to be within department policy and law and was found to have been justified. This case was referred to Post and is currently pending review. Following my presentation to the board and as documented in the transcripts before you, the following public comments were made by Officer Houston and his representative in summary. Bradley Fields, counsel for Dylan Houston, stated dishonesty is intended to cover intentionality and knowingly making a false statement made 4 points. Officer Houston's statement, number one, Officer Houston's statement regarding the large knives being accessible was to be taken as totality of the circumstances known to Officer Houston at that time. Number two, regarding the distraction blows, just because the agency did not agree with Officer Houston's categorization of these blows does not mean he was dishonest. Number three, during the leg sweep, the suspect was already on the ground when his right hand came off the suspect's upper back. Officer Houston thought he had maintained contact with the upper body throughout the takedown, and that's what he wrote in the report. Number four, Officer Houston was not dishonest when discussing the time the suspect was unconscious. This was an innocent misunderstanding of the medical mechanics of being unconscious. In his public testimony, Officer Houston stated that at no point in time was he dishonest in the report, IA interview, or on scene. Nothing he wrote in the report was a material fact in charging the suspect with any crime. He stated he was not the arresting officer, nor did he charge him with any crime that night. He received a 2-day suspension from the agency. He never willfully or intentionally attempted to deceive anyone during the incident through dishonesty actions or reporting. Officer Houston also noted that relating to the October 20th, 2022 incident with the sheriff's office, his role at the time was traffic control, and the incident happened prior to him being there. As far as the carotid restraint, a police officer was headbutted and sustained facial injury prior to utilizing the carotid restraint. The carotid restraint he used was taught to him in the Marine Corps. It was something he was trained on to a higher extent than that was taught at the academy. There were also questions from board members. Question from Member Johnson to Officer Houston. October 27th, 2019, what role did you play in that excessive force? Answer, we were trying to get the subject into an Uber and he ran away from us. I chased him and was able to catch up. He was falling to the ground due to his inebriation. I held onto his hands and made sure he didn't hit his head. That was the only time I put hands on him. Question from Member Pena to Officer Houston. Were you trained by San Diego Police on how to administer distraction blows? Answer, I wouldn't be able to quote you, but I thought I was within policy. I believed I could use a closed fist direct to the upper body. After the IA investigation, I was informed I was out of policy. I accepted the responsibility for making the error. At this time, Mr. Becker made a statement quoting the San Diego policy on distraction blows. Question from a board member, and what type of injuries did the suspect experience? The answer from Houston, I believe it was 3 fractured ribs. Question from Member Johnson to Officer Houston, December 14th, the chokehold was out of policy, that's correct? Answer, yes, sir. I applied a carotid, not a chokehold. Question Member Hatcher Crawford to Officer Houston. In hindsight of everything, you were able to counteract everything that was said. Would you have used the same level of force? Would you have used the same tactics that you used? Answer, at the time, I had 8 months as an officer. I have learned. I have made a mistake and I have learned from it. I have learned every day since, and that's why it has never happened again. There was one public comment. Ms. Johnson, did he actually put that he hit him 6 times in the report? I couldn't see life being threatened when you already turned him over and he was asleep. I don't think police officers should learn on the job. At this time, Mr. Becker stated a quote from the investigation. Officers Houston's lack of feasible safe plan to take Carrera to the ground after he performed an authorized leg sweep takedown on a handcuffed prisoner resulted in the arrested person being knocked unconscious. Officer Houston told medics and fire personnel the arrested person was unconscious for 2 to 3 seconds. In reality, the arrested person was unconscious for approximately 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Officer Houston had a duty to care for the well-being of the arrested person who was in his custody, but instead provided medical personnel inaccurate information as to how long he was unconscious. Officer Houston admitted to being wrong in his time assessment of the arrested person being unconscious. thus providing the wrong injury assessment to medical personnel for an injury he had caused, which is important because he had the duty to convey appropriate information to medical personnel so that they can treat this individual. At this time, the board went into closed session. When the board returned into open session, it voted to revoke the officer's certification, 5 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention. This concludes my opening statement. Prior to today's hearing, the commission was provided with a full video from Officer Houston's body-worn camera showing the events in question. I have taken that video and clipped it to a more condensed version outlining the more relevant events demonstrating Officer Houston's use of force and dishonesty. At this part of the presentation, we will show you the condensed version of the video.
San Diego Police, mind opening the door? Hey, how you doing? Is he still here?
Yeah,
Okay,
he's sleeping, but
okay. Okay. You wanna?
So what happened?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Can you step outside real quick
Yeah.
so I can talk to you?
yeah. And my legs don't work today.
Oh, okay.
Really,
You called because he said that he hit you? He hit you?
I hit him.
No, he hit
What
you.
happened?
What happened?
He just got he just got drunk and started pounding me.
Pounding?
Oh yeah, pounding because yeah.
Okay.
How so?
Sexual, huh?
Where do you?
Well, you can see this,
Okay.
and then
So this is all new? These markings on your face?
and then
Did you have your glasses on?
no,
No.
no, and then he got me right here, which I had to, and he had to replace
Is this new
the
too?
wire. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's new.
That's from today?
Yeah,
Is it from today?
tonight, yeah. And he kind of trashed the place.
Okay. What time did it happen?
It was the whole day.
Okay.
And why are you barely calling right now?
Huh?
Why are you barely calling right now? Why didn't you call sooner?
Well, because I couldn't. He had my phone. And when he went to sleep.
And you two are
I
married?
got it. Huh?
You two are married?
10 years, but no, I'm not.
Has this ever happened before?
The what?
Has this happened before?
Yeah, but it wasn't so simple.
Okay.
You want to just stay over here, man?
Yeah, we're gonna get him. Yeah, we're gonna get him.
found this. A friend we were with believes this is like the holy grail of World War I helmets, and that's why I called you up and hoping you could tell me. Well, most people only think the Ford built cars, but when World War I
Chris.
started, the very first thing we made wasn't a car, but a boat. We made a boat from an
Hey, Chris.
submarine, so we made 60 of them. We also made an awful lot
Chris.
of helmets. So the one
Chris.
that we made almost 1 million of was your typical
Chris.
English Tommy Boy. And this is supposed to be the super rare experimental one. There were two types of experimental ones. Type 2, which looked like your typical
Come on,
helmet.
check his
And
pulse.
then the Type 8 helmet.
Hey, Chris, what's going on, man? San Diego Police Department. Okay.
You're what?
I'm not drunk.
Drunk in your house.
You're allowed to be drunk in your house.
How many years have we doing this? How many years have we doing this, guys?
Okay.
Looks like I would expect it to look.
Hey, Chris, we need to get your statement, bud.
It weighed about 3 pounds.
We gotta.
Huh?
My friend,
One of the unique things about that helmet.
Get over here.
They wanted to mass
You talk.
produce it, so they took the felt. So
What's
they
that, man?
folded it over. So
Okay. Hey, bud, you want to get up for me?
See what they're doing, see what they're
Come
doing, they're trying to act like they're in fucking trouble. See what they're doing?
Come on.
See what they're doing, see what they're doing, Jay? They're acting like they're touching me. See what they're dragging me, see? They're dragging me, see what they're doing, Jay? They're dragging me, look at them. They're dragging, they're literally dragging me, dragging me, look at them. Look, they're drug addicts. I'm doing nothing, but they're drug addicts. Look at it, they're jumping on, look at it, look at it. Jumping on.
Give us your arm. Give us your arm.
That hurts. That hurts.
Give us your arm.
That hurts.
Give us your arm.
Ow, that fucking hurts.
Give us your arm. 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 Give us your arm.
Yeah, go ahead. You can do it, Joel. You can do it.
I need to call,
You my friend?
but I'm still your
You see
friend.
what they did? You see what they
But I don't
did?
want to talk to you ever again.
What did you say?
I don't want to talk to you ever again. Don't call me or nothing.
Oh my God.
No, I'm tired of it
What did you say that for?
because I'm tired.
Get up.
I give up. Thanks a lot.
Walk this way.
I give up.
Whitney, it's not
I give
me.
up. I give up. I give up. I give up. I give up. Yeah, I give up. Yes, that hurt really fucking bad.
Okay. Do you just want to get all of her information and then I'll hang out with him?
I understand. I understand. You have to do this thing. I know that. That hurt, Joanne. That hurt. Thanks a lot, buddy. Just turn me over, God. What do you do? Come on, hey, all right, all right. You turn around now?
Nope.
Joanne! Wake up. That hurt. You put me in the fucking rib, man. Come on. You feel proud of yourself? Are you feeling proud of yourself? That's the right man to do it. Joanne, help me.
Stop.
Hit me the ribs again, motherfucker. Hit me the ribs. Hit me the fucking ribs again.
Stop.
Hit me in the fucking ribs again.
Stop.
You chicken motherfucker. You're a chicken shit. You're a chicken shit. You know it. You fucking take fucking easy punches. You take easy punches. You're an easy punch maker. You're an easy punch maker.
Stay on the ground. Stop. Do not try to kick me. Do not try to kick me. Yeah, I'm gonna need an ambulance. 521 Victor, I'm gonna need 1141. Subject was trying to kick me, took him to the ground, he hit his head.
I don't want him back here.
He's handcuffed, he was just trying to kick me while he's handcuffed, so I just need 1141, room 714. Loss of consciousness, 2 seconds. Wake up, Chris. Wake up. Just get her full statement, I'll stay with him. And for fire, conscious breathing, 59-year-old male. Chris, wake up, bud. Wake up, you're okay. You just tried to kick the police. Shouldn't do that. Which room do you live in, ma'am?
All the way down there. I can wait.
You can
Not a problem.
come on through.
You sure?
Yeah. Chris, wake up. Wake up, bud. You all right, buddy? You feel all right? Come on, stay awake. Breathe with me, Chris. You're gonna be all right. Just relax for me, okay? You gotta stop trying to fight me. You're under arrest, okay? Cause you, okay? I know, because you wouldn't give us your hand. I thought you had a weapon, okay? You were talking to cops. You gotta do what we say, bud.
So we're going to go ahead and pause that there. I'm going to be mindful of your time. There's nothing really further in the video that's referenced in the summary of findings. But I just wanted to see if we can keep playing it or we can bring it back to the commission for any questions you may have.
You guys both done?
Yes.
Any questions from commissioners? Shimon.
Commissioner Moon. Sir, of the 3 cases that you reviewed from the prior incidences, at that point, he was a deputy, was the deputy's reports from all 3 of those incidents with the use of force, were they reviewed for accuracy?
The agencies submitted those reports and provided summary, but we knew we could not take action on those based on the time. I believe we did not ask for an internal affairs report to investigate further on those.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nieto. For San Diego PD, do their body worn cameras activate on their own, or are they activated by the officers knowing it's filmed?
Well, I believe that in this circumstance, and that was one of the things that had happened in this case, was that Officer Fuston had turned his body worn camera off because he was using the restroom prior to his contact with the suspect. And then he turned it on just prior to the contact, so there was a time of buffer. So it's our best understanding that they turned them on, but I could be mistaken.
Excuse me, why don't we hold off on that just a moment? We'll ask for comments from the officer and his attorney in just a moment. Okay for now, Commissioner Nieto? We'll come back.
Oh, okay for now. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we'll come back. Commissioner Brazil?
I have a whole slew of questions. Let me, I'm gonna follow up on Commissioner Moon's comments. So we have the look back, right? But we can't consider them as that. How's that? So explain the look back a little bit more on what our focus is to kind of make sure we don't go too far astray and we're staying with the rules.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. So because this happened prior to January 2022, the excessive use of force is not something that's actionable under SB 2. However, for retro cases, there are 3 instances where you can use them and do a retro. That would be dishonesty, which is what we have here, sexual assault, which is not what we have here, use of deadly force resulting in serious bodily injury, which is arguably not what we have here. So we use the excessive force because it's relevant to the dishonesty, because we believe that the excessive use of force was the motivation in his dishonesty, because he didn't want to be forthcoming with what had happened that day.
Because of prior uses of force.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that's why we report about the prior use of force, the carotid hold past the 15 seconds that happened 4 months prior, because we believe that it provides motive to him. So he's relatively a new officer on the job. He's been on the job, I think, 8 months when this incident happened. He's got a pretty serious excessive use of force that had happened just 4 months prior that he was under investigation for. And then we have 2 more serious excessive use of force actions here, which we believe provided a motive for concealing or mitigating or minimizing his actions here and the injuries.
So in the I have several more if that's all right.
No.
So in the San Diego investigation on the use of force, the one we're talking, this one here,
Yes.
so the video is on. He was also one of the charges for the investigation was dishonesty.
Well, that's something, and I think Mr. Fuston's counsel is going to dispute, but so I have it listed out here what he was sustained for. If you can just bear with me for a second. Oh, okay. So we have 4 sustained findings, and sorry if I'm not catching this on the, oh, thank you. We have 4 sustained findings. We have a use of force sustained for 6 full force punches that he thought were distraction blows, but they said these were not distraction blows. We have a use of force sustained for an unapproved leg sweep when he swept the suspect's leg and then he fell on his head. So 2 use of force sustained. We have 1 policy violation relating to the use of body worn camera. So that was the instance that we talked about with Commissioner Nieto, where he didn't turn on his body worn camera immediately, but then turn it on when he got on scene. So there was a buffering issue when he was supposed to keep it on the whole time. And then the 4th one, which answers your question, is that there was a procedure sustained. So the police department found that he violated department policy procedure 1.04 in accurately documenting the circumstances and facts surrounding the use of force. So Mr. Fuston's counsel is probably going to argue that, well, that's not dishonesty, but essentially it is dishonesty, because they really dig into that when they go into the IA, saying that, you had a duty. Once you use force on an individual and they sustain an injury, you now have a duty for their care and well-being. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what happened, and you were not honest with medical personnel. You were not honest with your supervisor. You were not honest in your report of how long he was unconscious. And when they confronted him with that in the IA investigation, he admitted that he was not accurate. So that's the distinction.
Okay, and then kind of this leads me to follow up on Commissioner Moon's statement. Once they discovered that, did San Diego PD go back and look at other body worn camera footage of his, determine if this is a pattern or practice or a one-time occurrence? Did they go back and look?
I don't know.
I don't know that.
Okay, and then follow up to that is, do we have the ability to go back and look on, so it's a two-part question. Do we have the ability to go back and look at other instances to show a pattern or practice, potential or not, of dishonesty with look-back cases? And then without look-back cases, current cases that we now receive, do we have the ability to go back and look at other cases in addition to what we're investigating? So it's a two-part question, one with the look-back provisions that limit us we're in a kind of very siloed area, but then on the cases going forward.
Sure, I think that that's a difficult question to answer. To answer it to the best that I can, the cases that were submitted to us that we couldn't take action on, those were not submitted on dishonesty grounds. Those were submitted on excessive use of force grounds. So it's not really something that we would go back and evaluate for dishonesty.
Okay. And then for future cases, do we have that ability? So forget San Diego PD. We have something that comes up. We look at it. Let's say we identify a dishonesty issue, let's say it's a use of force. We identify dishonesty. Do we then have the authority to go back and say, we want to look at other body worn camera video of Rick Brazil to identify is there a pattern or practice? Do we have the ability to do that?
Well, under, I think it's 13.510.8, we can take a look at prior discipline and prior conduct by the officer in determining whether or not to recommend suspension or revocation.
My filibuster is over.
Commissioner
Gordon.
Nieto again?
Oh, let's go. Commissioner Gordon.
That's okay. I may have a few more than you do this time, so. So I want to be really clear. The commission is not looking at this use of force in terms of whether this use of force, that is not the matter before us. We're only looking at the charge of dishonesty. So my question for both of you is, if we're only looking at the question of dishonesty, when you went back and looked at, we're not looking at the use of force. When you went back and looked at the prior uses of force, we should have been looking at whether there was dishonesty in those uses of force. If that's what we're talking about specifically and what we're being charged as a commission to look at today, is the dishonesty piece. So my question would be, did you look at the reports in comparison to the prior uses of force? Because if we're looking for a practice of dishonesty, which is what this commission is charged with, that's what we should be looking at. I understand the excessive force issue, but that's not what we're here to decide today.
I did not look at those previous cases, other than the summary that was provided by the agency.
But one thing that I can add too is that the excessive use of force, while it's not independently actionable, does provide serious context to the dishonesty.
Well, but I would also say if we're going to draw the context of motive between one use of force and another, we should be looking at the honesty from the prior use of force. If we're drawing that as motive in an investigation, then we should be looking at that item specifically in relation to this.
That's a fair question, but it wasn't something that was submitted to us. It was the excessive use of force. And we felt that because it was such a serious excessive use of force just 4 months prior, that provided motive in this subsequent excessive use of force to alter or minimize or mitigate his use of force in this case. But I understand your question, but the dishonesty wasn't a part of the prior conduct.
Commissioner Nieto?
But it was. That is my point. If we're looking at this, and I'm not trying to be difficult about this, but I think it's very important to distinguish that is if we're looking at this in terms of the prior incidents and even the incidents that occurred after that, that is still part of under investigation, as I heard, and it was submitted. Post also has the ability to ask for those reports and to look at that in determining the dishonesty piece, because that is a you know, and what that motivation was and looking at those prior cases. So that's where I want to be really clear, because as a commission, we're not being asked to determine, you know, suspension, revocation, or action based on the use of force. We're being asked to look at it specifically in terms of dishonesty.
So if I may, Commissioner, and again, I'm representing the division and not the commission in its adjudicatory capacity. Obviously, it's not required by statute or regulation that a dishonest act, that there has to be multiple dishonest acts in order for them to be actionable. So one dishonest act, as long as the commission believed that that was serious misconduct and warranted discipline, is sufficient. So I understand your point if you're trying to find out if the dishonesty in this case was part of a practice of being dishonest in other use of force cases. I understand that. But the point I think that the division was making was that what was reported to us was this incident, which was actionable, not the excessive use of force, the dishonesty part being actionable. And the other cases that were looked at only from the standpoint of his motive to lie in this case. So the division is not currently bringing any charges against Mr. Fuston based on multiple acts of dishonesty. It's the acts of dishonesty relating to this particular use of force, the 4 specified acts of dishonesty. And I believe the division's position is that those 4 acts of dishonesty in this case are sufficient serious misconduct for the commission to take action against certification without regard to whether there may have been dishonesty in the past with respect to these. But I understand your point from an investigative perspective.
Done, Commissioner Gordon, for now?
Yeah.
Commissioner Nieto.
Commissioner Nieto, so it keeps coming up, motivation to be dishonest. And you cite in the report 3 uses of force priors, but the agency found one not to be justified. They found the second one exonerated. And the third one, I believe, was the neck restraint, that it was out of violation, and they took action against the officer, but I got to find it again, what they did to him. So we keep saying this, but these are things that wouldn't be a pattern of practice. Exonerated, you know, and they resolved or was justified. So I'm not sure how we got a pattern of this use of force that led to this dishonesty that led to him wanting to do this, how that would build into a pattern of practice.
So with the nature of the investigation, we think that it's important to list all facts, whether or not they are supporting the division's position or whether or not, you know, they mitigate the officer's position. So we list all of these, but the one that we really focus on is the biggest one. And I don't really want to take this last one lightly. The one that happened in December happened 4 months prior. It's a pretty serious incident. We have a carotid hold that was out of policy. There was, I think as Mr. Nagel mentioned, there was a subsequent civil lawsuit against the city and Mr. Fuston that settled for $875,000. So that just happened 4 months prior to this. So while there were other ones that he was exonerated on, that's fine. But the biggest one, and the one that's most important that we really have to focus on, is the serious carotid hold that was done 4 months prior.
So Commissioner Nieto, so are we going to start looking at civil lawsuits now? Because there are a lot of times that agencies, counties, cities will settle even when the county, city, agency has not done anything wrong, because they make business decisions on settlements. So is this something new that the commission is now going to say, well, we're going to look at, because it was this amount of money, it makes it that much more egregious?
Okay, sure. So couple of points. The first is that I believe that the division is just looking at the wording of the statute, which says that the commission shall consider the officer's employment history. And so the division was trying to sort of even-handedly provide that his employment history, which included those instances of excessive force, but we've made sure that you knew that they were not sustained. That's simply because the statute says we're supposed to let you know what his employment history is. He had a short employment history, and that was relevant. We didn't want to not provide you with that information. As to the question as whether or not are we going to look at a settlement, certainly we understand that civil settlements are done in almost every case without any admission of guilt. They're done because of the issues that come with litigation and the uncertainty and so forth. So we completely understand that, and we're not taking action with respect to that prior use of force. That's not at issue here. The point I believe that the division is trying to make is a simple one. This is an officer who was involved in a use of force, which was a serious use of force, which we now know did result in civil litigation, which was settled. That's not the point. The point is that in this period of time, 4 months later, when he's now involved in another use of force instance, despite the fact that 4 months earlier, he'd been involved in a serious one, which was either under investigation or was working its way through the system and subject likely to tort claims and investigation and so forth. I believe the point that the investigators are trying to make is that you have to view the statements that he made in this report in that context. In other words, you know, I'm currently being investigated for excessive force, so I don't want there to be an appearance that I've now again engaged in excessive force. So the idea I believe that the investigation team is trying to deliver is that the attempt would be to try to minimize that behavior. No, I didn't punch him 6 times in the ribs. It was a distraction blow. No, I didn't sweep him to the floor unsupported. I used both hands to guide him to the floor. Those sorts of things. And that the motivation behind those as being dishonest statements was because there had just recently been another serious use of force. So I think that's the best answer.
Well, Commissioner Ewell.
Yeah, thank you. And just as an aside, I can attest to the fact cities do make business decisions and look at cost and benefit, but typically the dollar amount will reflect just how strong a case they have, both civilly and criminally. And so they don't just unilaterally, let's throw money at it unless they have nothing to argue against, both civilly and criminally. So just want to state that at $875,000, I don't think that was a business decision. I think that was because they had very little, if anything, to argue against, and so they settled. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. One was, I've looked at this videotape several times, and correct me if I'm wrong, I never saw a kick that justified the sweep. Did I miss something? I was paying attention again here. Did I miss an attempted kick by the suspect?
No, that was not in the frame of the body camera video. However, the agency noted in the internal affairs report that lifting a foot 1 to 2 inches is not an exigency and would not justify that response.
Just wanted to make sure that I was looking at the correct frames, and so thank you for that.
And if I may add, a use of force expert did review this case and did make an opinion that he did not notice that the suspect was attempting to kick Officer Fuston.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. And then second, in the officer's short tenure with the San Diego Police Department, did he have to disclose these investigations when he went over to the sheriff's office?
So in Officer Fuston's defense, he did disclose the IA investigation and the facts and circumstances behind this to San Diego Sheriff's Department.
And so they were willing to accept him without there being an adjudication to the allegations.
What went into their determination as to why or why not to hire him, we cannot speak to.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brazil.
Just one quick follow-up. Does San Diego Police Department have a policy that prohibits officers from looking at body worn camera video before they write their reports?
Not that I know of, because in the IA investigation, it was asked of Mr. Houston if he had an opportunity to review his body worn camera before he wrote his report, and I think that he could probably speak to this a little better than I can, but I think he said that he did not. But he did review it during the IA, but I believe that they are allowed to.
Additional questions from the commissioner? Seeing none right for the moment anyway, appearing remotely, welcome Mr. Bradley Fields, the attorney for Mr. Houston. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fields. Are there any comments from Mr. Houston and or his attorney, Mr. Fields? This would be the appropriate time.
Yes, I have a few comments. Good afternoon, Bradley Fields on behalf of my client, current San Diego Sheriff's deputy and former San Diego police officer, Dylan Houston. I would like to briefly respond to what we've heard here this afternoon. As allowed and was invited, and in order to comply with the timeframes involved in this hearing, we submitted a letter to post on June 6, 2024, explaining our position on each of the allegations of truthfulness. I certainly won't reiterate what's in that letter, as we appreciate your anticipated time and attention to the arguments made in it. San Diego Police Department thoroughly investigated this use of force incident and did not find Officer Houston to be untruthful in his reporting of the matter by the lower standard of preponderance of the evidence than the clear and convincing standard that you must employ in this matter. Don't be misled. Officer Houston acknowledged he was mistaken on his characterization of how long the suspect was unconscious, but a mistake isn't a lie. And the San Diego Police Department would not have kept him if they thought Officer Houston had lied, which he did not. Further, the San Diego Sheriff's Department considered this investigation when hiring Officer Houston and certainly would not have hired him if they thought he had lied in it. Prior allegations of force-related misconduct should not factor in your decision, as they have no bearing on whether or not he was truthful in this incident. As suggested by Commissioner Gordon just a few moments ago, the force allegations themselves are not relevant to evaluate a truthfulness allegation. And the motivation for lying about this is clearly imagined, as suggested by Commissioner Nieto. As you can see, the incident is captured on BWC. It's not hidden. And the other allegations of force have been investigated and resolved. The fact that the investigators attempted to bombard you with force allegations should tell you that the truthfulness allegations that are at issue here have no merit. Two of the largest and most well-respected law enforcement agencies in the state, the San Diego Police Department and the San Diego Sheriff's Department, have determined that Officer Houston was not untruthful in this matter. And we ask that you make the same finding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Before Mr. Houston speaks, are there any questions from the commission to Mr. Fields? Thank you for appearing, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Houston, would you like to comment?
Definitely, sir. I just want to say thank you wholeheartedly for spending your time today and looking over this. And I can assure you wholeheartedly that I was never dishonest in anything I said. I may have, mistaken and used the wrong verbiage for what I saw on scene, but under stress, it happens. When shown in an IA interview in a room after the fact, I agreed with the IA investigator that I had gotten it wrong, but it was never intended to mislead anyone. I made a mistake and I owned up to it in the IA investigation, and I'll own up to it now. He was obviously not unconscious for 2 to 3 seconds. I was referring to him being alive. I heard the snoring, and under stress, I, said the wrong word. That's all. As far as the council's reference to the prior use of force incident, at the time that this incident happened, I was not under investigation for any excessive force, so that wouldn't play any factor into me deciding on what to write. I was pulled from the field in approximately June, after a couple months after this happened. Prior to that, the night after the carotid incident, my captain of the station called me and commended me on my actions because I had done such a good job and helped other officers on scene that had been headbutted. So I had no reason to believe that I was actually even under investigation for this incident until 9 months later. It was a retroactive investigation from my department during the civil unrest period. So I would have never written anything to mitigate anything during this event because I had no idea I was even under investigation. So there was nothing to hide on my end. As far as I knew, all I had in my jacket at that time were commendations, and including up until now. So I'm very, very happy to answer all your questions. I think there were some questions asked that I could better speak to. So I'd be happy to clarify anything for you guys today.
Questions for Mr. Fuston? Commissioner Brazil?
Body worn, is there a policy in San Diego PD prohibiting you from, for when you were there, you're not there now, prohibiting an officer from reviewing BWC before they write a report?
There's nothing that prohibits it, but at the time that I was there writing this report, the policy said something to the effect that you should not, it's not a shall, but you won't write your report just based off of what your body worn camera says. You should write report based off your recollection. And then if you need to refer to your body worn camera to clarify things, you can do so. So there was no shall or prohibition. I did watch the body worn camera when I was writing my report. As far as the use of force goes, because that at the time I was writing my report, that's what was really pertinent to me to capture what I felt and what I saw. Regardless of what the IA investigation said and what the council has told you, I moved the knife away from this gentleman, mere feet away from him. I don't think after moving a knife, it would be completely unrealistic for an officer in a domestic violence situation that's completely dangerous to believe that there might not be another knife in a bed. In my report, I wrote that I struck him. I wrote that I took him to the ground. I wrote that he went unconscious. I'm the officer who called for medics. I'm the officer who notified my supervisor. I'm also the officer that ensured that he was escorted to a hospital to get greater care. So I was not hiding anything, if that helps. I know that's a lengthier answer to your question, but.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Fields. Thank you, Mr. Fuston. Are there members of the public here who would like to address the commission regarding this case? Seeing none. At this time, does any commission wish to adjourn into closed session for deliberations on this case? Yeah, I would like to note to Mr. Fields and to the commissioners that the June 6th letter, I'm told that we have in front of us, that was referred to by Mr. Fields. I'm told anyway that Post just received that letter. So we just haven't even had time to read it. It just arrived, even though it's dated June 6th. So I'm told.
Can I get your assurance that it will be read prior to making a final decision in this matter?
I believe, yes, and I believe it was a similar letter that was also provided to the advisory board, correct?
I don't recall if we provided a letter like this to the advisory board. My best recollection is that we did not, although I certainly would agree with the notion that much of what I said verbally to the advisory board is now written in that letter.
That may be it, Mr. Fields, that I read in the transcripts. It was said verbally. Commissioner Nieto.
Yeah, I do have one other question for the officer. Prior to this incident, had you ever referred to as a snoring individual as being unconscious? That you recall?
I wouldn't be able to recall, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
No.
I move we go into closed session.
We will move to closed session, return to our room. We'll return shortly.
What's your chance? Yeah.
We now reconvene our regular session. In the matter of case post 2300809, Dylan Fuston. Is there a motion?
There. In light of the review, I support the advisory board's recommendation and I vote to replicate.
Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Mr. Knapp, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Barcelona,
No.
Commissioner Brazil,
No.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon.
No.
Chair Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon,
No.
Commissioner Nieto,
No.
and Commissioner Rodriguez.
I believe that means, Mr. Knapp, the motion fails 2-6. Next case. I'll now call law enforcement consultant Kevin Sherburne, Professional Conduct Central Bureau, and Bryant Henley, Attorney, Post Legal Affairs Bureau, to provide a report on case post 2300204, David Wesley Hubbard, who at the time of the events in question was employed by the Kern County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Sherburne and Mr. Henley, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just a minute while I get set up here, please. I just had it in front of me. Oh, here it is. It's the first thing I pulled out. Sorry about that. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. My name is Kevin Sherburne. I'm a law enforcement consultant with the Professional Conduct Bureau, which is the Central District of California. I served as the investigator in the case involving David Wesley Hubbard, who was working at the Kern County Sheriff's Office at the time of the serious misconduct. The case number is POST 2300204. The division found reasonable grounds to believe that Mr. Hubbard engaged in serious misconduct in violation of two subsections of California Penal Code Section 13510.8. The division recommended to the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board, POSAB, that Mr. Hubbard's post certifications be revoked in accordance with the requirements of Senate Bill 2 and as required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A4. The POSAB heard this case on March 21, 2024. Following the conclusion of the hearing, the board voted unanimously to recommend revocation of Mr. Hubbard's certifications. The division asks you to adopt the same recommendation today. Specifically, the clear and convincing evidence substantiated that Mr. Hubbard violated Section 13510.8B2. Mr. Hubbard abused his power when his personal interests clouded his professional obligations in 5 instances: when he had sex on duty, failed to disclose material information, wrongfully shared confidential information, wrongfully deleted evidence, and inserted himself into an internal affairs investigation. He also violated Section 13510.8B1. Mr. Hubbard was dishonest in 2 instances. First, when he deleted evidence from his work cell phone, and second, he had an affirmative obligation to disclose material information to criminal and internal affairs investigators and intentionally withheld information from them, resulting in a lack of candor. In accordance with Penal Code Section 13510.85A5, the record of that proceeding is before you today, including the agenda and attachments from that meeting, a transcript of the relevant portions of the hearing, and the recommendations of the board. The law requires your review to be of the record before the board, which the division provided to you and which you've had an opportunity to review. I will now provide a summary of the case as presented in the board's record. As a procedural matter, I should mention that Mr. Hubbard is currently subject to an immediate temporary suspension known as an ITS of his peace officer certificates. Post's executive director signed an ITS order on March 9, 2023, and the ITS order remains in place today. The ITS was based upon Mr. Hubbard's termination from the Kern County Sheriff's Office for serious misconduct and/or separation during a pending internal investigation against him. Post records reflect that Mr. Hubbard is currently employed with the Kern County District Attorney's Office. As background, Mr. Hubbard started working for the Kern County Sheriff's Office as a deputy on October 6, 2007. He promoted to sergeant in 2015 and to lieutenant in 2020. Over the years, Post issued 4 certificates to Mr. Hubbard: a basic certificate in 2009, intermediate 2011, advanced 2015, and a supervisory certificate in 2018. I will now go over some of the facts. Will the IT department please display a PowerPoint slide, which I think you've been provided. I displayed this same slide at the board hearing. I'm not going to read through the slide. It's there for your reference. Please refer to the investigative summary and findings, my investigative report at pages 9 through 13 for a more complete statement of the factual timeline. I'll summarize the key background at this point. At Kern County Sheriff's Office, there were strict lines demarking responsibilities of the internal affairs and the professional standards units. Professional standards unit is known as PSU. PSU had primacy and conducted criminal investigations of law enforcement officers. After PSU concluded its investigations, IA was then able to start its internal investigations. In late February 2021, a sex crimes detective allegedly assaulted a civilian employee of the office. At the time, Mr. Hubbard was serving as the lieutenant overseeing the detective unit. Between February 2021 and April 2021, Mr. Hubbard transferred from detectives to internal affairs to PSU. In April 2021, PSU initiated a criminal investigation of the allegations against the sex crimes detective. From the beginning of that investigation, Mr. Hubbard took actions outside his assigned duties to interfere in the criminal investigation and the internal affairs investigation of the detective. He engaged in inappropriate activity with the victim, and he compounded his serious misconduct by destroying evidence he surely knew would be relevant in 2 investigations. That is the IA investigation of the alleged sexual assault and his own IA. The destruction of evidence showed a malicious intent. In the investigation, the clear and convincing evidence substantiated that Mr. Hubbard abused his power when he had on-duty sexual intercourse while he served as the watch commander on November 20 and 21 in the year 2021. When he sought confidential information about an internal affairs interview about what was said about a victim and did not disclose to the IA investigator his sexual relationship with the victim in the case, when he wrongfully shared confidential information from the IA case with the victim, when he wrongfully deleted work phone text messages and phone log records from his phone of communications between himself and the victim after he learned what the suspect had said about him and the victim's relationship. And he interfered with an IA investigation by wearing 2 hats when he provided input on the investigative strategy and interview questions regarding the suspect while simultaneously serving as the personal representative to victim 1. He was dishonest when he failed to disclose the material information related to the criminal and internal affairs investigations. The division recommends revocation of Mr. Hubbard's certificates based upon his serious misconduct. This is not solely a case of an extramarital affair. His actions cut against the core values of being a peace officer, and they affected both the entire law enforcement community and the public. This was not just a one-time instance. Mr. Hubbard abused his power over a series of months. Further, he did so on multiple levels, affecting a variety of people. First, he took advantage of the victim personally and professionally. He took advantage of his fellow law enforcement officers within his own department. He betrayed the trust of those who saw him as a leader and a mentor, and he misled his own command staff. His actions affect the integrity of investigations, both the investigations of other peace officers and other sex crimes investigations. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, he betrayed the trust of the community, the trust that investigations will occur without interference and without destruction of evidence. Given Mr. Hubbard's rank, training, and experience, his actions in destroying evidence after learning that it may be needed in a case against another officer and in what he surely knew was a case against him, and in seeking and then improperly sharing confidential information that he learned are especially egregious and warrant revocation. Following my presentation to the board, and as documented in the transcripts before you, the board received the following public comments, which included counsel for Mr. Hubbard. Mr. Hubbard did not himself provide information to the board. Counsel for Mr. Hubbard, Ms. Casey Castillo, opposed decertification. Daniel Sanchez also provided public comment, both live, in air quotes, by calling in and by email. Mr. Sanchez stated he was an 18-year veteran with the Kern County Sheriff's Office. He supported revocation of Mr. Hubbard's certificates. Juan Bravo provided public comment by email. Mr. Bravo stated he was a senior deputy with the Kern County Sheriff's Office. He supported revocation of Mr. Hubbard's certificates. Board member Lara raised questions related to the following matter, which prompted discussions. His question was, how did Mr. Hubbard downplay the facts? The answer is that the evidence showed that Mr. Hubbard minimized the impact of his misconduct and did not appreciate the harmful nature of his misconduct. He further stated it was, quote, splitting hairs, end quote, for him to share information with the victim and that nothing affected his ability to perform as a peace officer. Subsequent to this discussion, the board went into closed session. When the board returned, it voted unanimously to revoke Mr. Hubbard's certificates with 7 members of the board present. At this point, Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission members may have.
Questions from the commissioners? Mr. Sherburne. All right, thank you, gentlemen. I don't know if the subject officer is present, or I believe his counsel is going to be appearing remotely. I don't know if that has happened. If so, counsel or the subject officer? Seeing none, at least at the moment. If they show up, we'll certainly hear from them. Are there any members of the public present who wish to address the commission regarding this case? Yes, sir, Mr. Alwine. Come forward, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Marshall Arnwine. I'm the legal policy advocate for the ACLU Northern California's Criminal Justice Program. I am standing in proxy for my colleagues at the ACLU of Southern California. Let the record reflect we submitted a written public comment regarding Mr. Hubbard, and now I will provide oral comment on the matter. We would like to express our grave concerns with the accusations of serious misconduct that have led to the recommended decertification of former Lieutenant David Hubbard. In light of the serious allegation, we support the recommendation to revoke his law enforcement certification. We are asking that this post-commission vote to decertify this officer for the following reasons. The underlying investigations found that Hubbard violated the public's trust by engaging in inappropriate sexual conduct on the public's tax dollars. He attempted to obstruct a criminal and internal affairs investigation, and he also shared confidential information for personal gain. Hubbard's actions show that he lacks the judgment needed to serve in a role of peace officer. It will be dangerous to continue to allow him to serve in a role that's intended to promote peace in light of severe misconduct and ill judgment while employed as a law enforcement officer. Additionally, there are significant systemic ramifications of the decision before you today. The recommendation to decertify Hubbard is a first step to rein in the abusive powers of officers like him that make communities in Kern lose trust in law enforcement officers. For years, the community has suffered from excessively abusive policing. And as a result of this abusive policing, Kern County Sheriff's Office and Bakersfield Police Department are under a consent decree for abusing their powers, violating people's constitutional rights, and employing excessive use of force against communities in Kern. These communities lack trust in the Kern Sheriff's Office and law enforcement and need officers on duty who can exercise proper judgment at all times. The public cannot trust law enforcement who refrain from taking responsibility for their actions because of a temporary lack in judgment. There are no excuses for Mr. Hubbard's actions. As a peace officer, he was entrusted to serve and protect communities in Kern, and he has violated that trust. This trust cannot be restored, and any failure to revoke his law enforcement certification will exacerbate the harm. The allegations presented before you today suggest that there continues to be systemic abuse and dishonesty within the Kern County Sheriff's Office, and that such dishonesty cannot be tolerated by other agencies in Kern County. We cannot allow law enforcement officers or anyone employed in Kern to believe they're above the law. In conclusion, we ask for your vote to decertify Officer Hubbard. This will allow the opportunity to keep communities safe and respect the dignity and rights of all individuals who come in contact with law enforcement. We are hopeful that you all will make the right decision to decertify to keep communities in Kern safe. Thank you for your time on this matter.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from commissioners? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who would wish to be heard? And nothing from council remotely, correct?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Brian.
Brian Henley on behalf of the Commission's Division on Peace Officer Standards and Accountability. For the completeness of the record, I wanted to make sure it was clear from the record that we received, in addition to the comments of the ACLU, which Mr. Arnon just referenced, in addition, what have been provided to the commission members, as I understand, are messages from Casey Castillo, who represents Mr. Hubbard. There's a 2-page letter that was submitted by Ms. Castillo, and I understand is a part of the record that you will consider today. You've also received messages from an individual named Faith Grace, an individual named Oliver Ma, and an individual named Rosa Lopez, all submitting comments concerning this matter, and I understand are before you in your consideration of this matter.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? At this point? Would any commissioner like to move to closed session or make a motion? Someone? Commissioner Gordon.
I'd like to move to go to closed session.
Ever thus. We will now adjourn for a few moments while we go to closed session, and we'll be back shortly. Now back in session. In the matter of case post 2300204, David Wesley Hubbard, is there a motion?
Motion Moon to decertify?
Second, Barcelona. Motion is to decertify. Please call the roll, Mr. Knapp.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Barcelona,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Chair Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon,
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
and Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion to decertify carries on a vote of 8-0. Our last item today, the last case, I will now call upon law enforcement consultant Robert Bringolf, Professional Conduct LA Bureau, and Bryant Henley, Attorney, Post Legal Affairs Bureau, to provide a report on case post 2322012, Ivan Sarabia Medina, who at the time of the events at issue was employed with the LA County Sheriff's Department. Mr. Bringolf and Mr. Henley, all yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everybody. My name is Robbie Bringolf. I'm a law enforcement consultant assigned to the Los Angeles County Professional Conduct Bureau. You all know Mr. Henley. I'm here with respect to case of Post v. Ivan Sarabia Medina. He's a former sergeant with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. In this case, the division found reasonable grounds to believe that then Sergeant Sarabia engaged in serious misconduct, specifically dishonesty, in violation of Penal Code Section 13510.8B1. This finding stemmed from an allegation that Sarabia engaged in dishonesty during 2 internal affairs interviews, the first one on June 8th, 2023, and the other one on July 14th, 2023. In the division's investigative summary and findings, we recommended decertification. In accordance with the requirements of Senate Bill 2, and as required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A4, this matter was heard by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board on March 21st, 2024. Following the conclusion of that hearing, the board voted to revoke Ivan Sarabia Medina's certification. The division asks you to adopt that same recommendation today. As required by PC 13510.85A5, the record of that proceedings before you, which includes the agenda and attachments from that meeting, a transcript of the relevant portions of the hearing, and the recommendation of the board. If any part of the matter was heard in closed session by the board, Commission Counsel will be able to advise you with respect to the closed proceedings. The law requires your review to be that of the record before the board, which is before you, and which you've had an opportunity to review. To assist you in the review of the record, I'll take you through the case as presented there. As the record shows, I presented the case before the board substantially as follows. Sergeant Sarabia started his law enforcement career as a deputy sheriff with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department in 2007. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2016. He's had no other law enforcement appointments in the state of California. In August of 2022, a retired Los Angeles Sheriff Sergeant contacted the Internal Affairs Bureau after watching several of Sergeant Sarabia's videos on the social media platform TikTok. Internal Affairs investigators watched the videos and believed Sergeant Sarabia was in violation of several LASD policies. As it appeared, Sarabia was filming TikTok videos for his personal TikTok account while he was on duty as a sergeant. The Internal Affairs investigation into Sergeant Sarabia's on-duty filming of TikTok videos led to 2 separate Internal Affairs interrogations in which Sergeant Sarabia was asked in no equivocal terms whether he was filming the TikTok videos on duty. Sergeant Sarabia stated he had never filmed any of his TikTok videos while on duty. The division reviewed several videos from Sergeant Sarabia's personal TikTok account. We reviewed the Internal Affairs investigation interrogation transcripts. And upon review of the video and transcripts, it was clear that Sergeant Sarabia was repeatedly dishonest with the Internal Affairs investigators. That dishonesty was clearly intended to cover up his misconduct, and the motivation to cover up that misconduct was plainly evident. At several points in the TikTok videos, Sergeant Sarabia's watch was visible while he was filming. In those instances, his watch showed the time the video was recorded fell within the hours of his scheduled work shift, which was 2100 to 0500 hours, or 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. In another video, Sergeant Sarabia filmed himself in a police car in full LASD uniform and stated he had a couple hours left in his shift. A further aggravating factor in this case is Sergeant Sarabia's status as a supervisor, one who would routinely act as the watch commander for the Walnut Station in the absence of a lieutenant. Sergeant Sarabia's lack of integrity calls directly into question the accuracy and objectivity of his written reports, his testimony, and his workplace evaluations of subordinates. Sergeant Sarabia was terminated from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for dishonesty related to this case. The facts I just relayed support the division's finding that Ivan Sarabia Medina was involved in serious misconduct, specifically dishonesty relating to the investigation of misconduct of a peace officer. For purpose of the division's analysis, as you've heard a few times this afternoon, clear and convincing evidence means evidence of a charge is clear and convincing so long as there's a high probability that the charge is true. The evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. Following my presentation, the board, as documented in the transcripts before you, Mr. Sarabia Medina's counsel explained to the board that his videos were made in an attempt to bridge the gap between the community and the sheriff's department. Members of the board raised questions related to the following matters, which prompted discussion between the parties present. When asked about the taser video, Mr. Sarabia Medina indicated that the taser may have been a mistake in attempting to bridge the gap. He was asked whether it was still his assertion that day that all of his videos had been recorded while he was off duty. Mr. Sarabia Medina told the board that at the time he provided the information to internal affairs investigators, he did not believe he had been on duty. He said that obviously he had been on duty. Looking at the transcripts from the board hearing, specifically on page 127, line 19, Mr. Sarabia Medina told the board that his statements were inaccurate and asserted he had not had the luxury that the department had to listen to radio traffic or to slow down the videos and look at specific times. Mr. Sarabia Medina also said that obviously some of those videos did fall within the time he was on duty, and had he known that at the time of his interview, he would have disclosed that information. Mr. Sarabia Medina's statement to the board on March 21st, 2024 directly contradicted evidence within the record, which was then before the board and which is now before you. Specifically, during his second internal affairs interview, then Sergeant Sarabia Medina was confronted with evidence that the radio broadcast heard in the background of his video occurred while he was on duty. In that same interview, Sergeant Sarabia was presented with a still picture of his wristwatch, which also suggested he was on duty when the same video was recorded. Instead of disclosing that information, as Mr. Sarabia indicated to the board he would have done, he had doubled down and stated it was his opinion he was not on duty. Precise language about that can be found in attachment B of this record, page 51 and 54. After the public comment, the board went into closed session. When the board returned into open session, it voted to revoke Mr. Sarabia Medina's certification with 5 members in favor of revocation, 1 member against revocation, and 1 having abstained. With that said, I'll do my best to answer any questions the commission may have.
Questions from commissioners?
Barcelona, I'm just curious, did he give a reason for why he was doing the videos?
The assertion by counsel at the board hearing was that he was doing this to bridge the gap between law enforcement and the community.
Subject officer here at all, or any counsel remotely? Both? I believe both subject officer and counsel are remote.
Good morning. Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Saku Ether. I am the counsel referred to by the individual who was just speaking. If I may proceed.
Please. Thank you for being here.
Of course. Thank you for permitting me this opportunity. My client is also present and will address the board as well. I would like to just start off where we left off. There was a question about the reasons given by Mr. Sarabia as to why he was doing the TikToks. And although there was one reference made, there were numerous references made during one or both of his interviews with the Internal Affairs Bureau with the Sheriff's Department when he was asked about the reason why he was doing these videos. And on more than one occasion, he explained it was in part to allow the community and the public to see what it was like to be an officer or a peace officer. And also he was doing it just, as a representation of himself. So it was not solely as, was described by me in the prior meeting. There were numerous reasons provided in his internal affairs interviews. And of course, the board can review those interviews. But then segueing off of that issue, we are here. His reasoning for doing it really is not the focus here. The focus is whether or not he was dishonest in his representations made to the Internal Affairs Bureau during the internal affairs investigation. And so we've heard reference to the clear and convincing standard. So I don't need to educate all of you on that. You are, I'm sure, very familiar with the standard of proof. What I will highlight to you is certainly we would need an intent on the part of Sergeant Sarabia when he was responding to these questions, an intent to deceive, a basis to deceive, a reason to deceive. And I don't believe that was established by the Internal Affairs Bureau of the Sheriff's Department or the investigation conducted by Post. Really important to keep in mind, Sergeant Sarabia in his interviews with Internal Affairs made it clear that he had been making videos, not necessarily TikToks, but videos in his, while he was employed with the Sheriff's Department for several years leading up to his creation of a TikTok account. He had made hundreds of videos, and the department highlighted 26 TikTok videos, and that account was created on or around April of 2022. And although 26 TikToks were referenced in the internal affairs investigation, only 13 of those were shown to him during the internal affairs interviews. What is important for you to keep in mind is the TikToks, the 13 TikToks that he was questioned about in the internal affairs interviews, those dated back almost a year, if not a year, prior to the time that he was being questioned. And considering he had made hundreds of videos over several years, the TikToks that were referenced were at least a year old by the date of posting. However, just because they were posted on specific dates in June, July, or August of 2022, Sergeant Sarabia made it clear that does not mean that they were actually made or filmed on the date that they were posted. And he went into great detail about the methods that he utilized. Before his interviews in June and July of 2023, Sergeant Sarabia was not shown or told which videos or TikToks he was going to be questioned about. In fact, prior to the start of the interview, he was represented in those interviews by different counsel at the time. They were not shown those videos, nor were they told which 13 or more videos he was going to be questioned about. Then he was asked a series of questions, and then after those series of questions were asked, they began to show him the 13 videos in question. And yes, he is not denying that in the interviews, he indicated he was not on duty. He went into great detail about what his practice was prior to filming videos, and that was if he got to work early, he would film a video. If he was end of his shift and he'd finished working, he would film a video. We're not denying that he indicated he was not on duty. He was referring to and utilizing his practice to refresh his recollection as to when those videos were generated or created. I also would ask you to keep in mind, he was expressing his recollection at the time, having not had an opportunity at all prior to the start of this interview to review in the degree and capacity that the investigator for Post was allowed to do, or the Internal Affairs Bureau was permitted to do. And so he provided responses to the best of his recollection at the time. What would be his motive to lie? Something that I think you need to know that is referenced in his June 8th, 2023 interview was his attorney at the time, Elizabeth Gibbons, made it very clear that Mr. Sarabia, Sergeant Sarabia, had been offered by the department prior to the initiation of the internal affairs interview a 3-day suspension for the TikToks, right, contained on his TikTok account, a 3-day suspension. And so going into, he refused that 3-day suspension. And Ms. Gibbons, during the interview, made it clear she believed the initiation of the internal affairs investigation was in retaliation for his refusal to accept the 3-day suspension for his conduct. So going into this IAB investigation, whether he was on duty, off duty, in uniform, utilizing department equipment, Sergeant Sarabia knew at most he was going to walk away, worst case scenario, with a suspension. There would be no motive for him to be dishonest or deceitful about whether he was on duty or not. If you look at post-investigation, the things that are cited to as a basis or evidence to support the dishonesty charge are things like he was in uniform, he was in a patrol vehicle, he was wearing his Class A uniform, he was holding a taser, he had his body-worn camera on. But that is not evidence to the burden required here to establish that he was on duty. But even if it is sufficient evidence to establish he was on duty, it is not sufficient evidence to indicate he had an intent to deceive when he responded to the questions. He said, yes, I'm in Class A. Yes, I'm in a patrol vehicle. Yes, I'm holding a department taser. Yes, I believe I have a body-worn camera on. Those are potentially some of the statements made. But yes, he was still adamant that his belief was he was off duty based on his practice and the practices he utilized when filming. Again, I would ask the department the board to keep in mind that he had no motive. The worst he was going to walk away from with this investigation was a suspension, as he had previously been offered. He has no history in 16 years of service with the Sheriff's Department. He had no prior discipline related to dishonesty, integrity, or anything of that nature. And so I would ask you to reconsider that Post has established that there was any intent on his part to be deceitful when he provided the responses that he did in his IAB interviews. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ether. Are there any questions for council from commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Henley or Mr. Wingolf, any response?
The only thing that I would add is, in addition to him being in the vehicle and in uniform to help determine whether he was on duty, we also used his statement that he had a few hours left of his shift. And I thought that was probative.
May I respond to that?
Please.
So I understand the video that is being referred to, and Mr. Sarabia in his interview, and I don't remember if that was the first interview, the second interview, or both as I sit here, but he did indicate on more than one occasion in one or both of these interviews that it was his practice. And again, it would have been so easy for him in this instance to just say, okay, yes, I was on duty. But again, he kept referring to his practice. And one of the things he did specifically to address the representation that was just made is he indicated that oftentimes when he filmed before his shift or after his shift, yes, he'd still be in uniform. He might still be in a patrol vehicle. One was in the armory. One was in the locker room, I believe. He would convey to, as he's making these videos, to the potential listener, if he ended up posting the video on his TikTok, he would convey, I've got an hour left in my shift, or, it's been a long shift. And he indicated that sometimes he would do that because, yes, it would be more interesting to the viewer believing he was working. But he said, in that specific instance, no. Was he able to say that's exactly what he was doing in that instance? But he did explain that there were instances where he would make a representation that he was on duty to the iPhone that was recording him when in fact he wasn't. Again, he wasn't getting taught, he was not going to face serious discipline based on the Sheriff's Department's discipline matrix with respect to being on duty and filming TikToks, being in uniform, filming TikToks. This was not going to be a serious discipline case. And so it would have been far easier for him just to say, oh yes, good point, I must have been on duty. But again, all he could resort to was his practices and the things that he did when he made videos. It was clearly proven to IAB Internal Affairs that one of the videos that he posted on a specific date, when the department looked at and showed him what we call the in-service for that day, right, which is where it is identified who was working, who the watch commander was, Mr. Sarabia wasn't even working that day, right? So he posts a video appearing to be working on a specific day in uniform, right, Class A's, but when you look at the in-service for that day, he was not working that day, right? So that's where I'm cautioning you on just relying on evidence that says, well, on the day you posted this, you were in uniform, which means you were on duty, which means you lied, when he made it very clear, and there's evidence in the record to show the day that those videos were posted typically are not the day that the videos were recorded. And if you know enough about content creators and TikTok and social media, it is not uncommon for people to make videos but not post them for 2-3 weeks, to splice videos, to put sound bites over videos. And those are all things that were clearly explained by Sergeant Sarabia during his internal affairs interview.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ether. Are there any comments or questions? Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this case? Seeing none, oh, that's right. Mr. Sarabia, he wants to speak as well?
I believe so, sir.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, my pardon. Mr. Sarabia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ivan Sarabia. I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I'm going to be making a short statement. I have been a peace officer in the state of California for just over 16 years, and I've been a sergeant since 2016 with no prior discipline or prior instances of misconduct. I pride myself in being honest, having a strong moral principles. Integrity and honesty has never been an issue for me and never will be. I'm a father of 3 beautiful kids who look up to me for being a police officer. I am married to a supportive wife who is also a deputy sheriff. As a peace officer, integrity is everything. We conduct investigations, we write reports, we testify in court. We're definitely held to a higher standard. I'm not going to jeopardize my career nor my integrity over social media postings or by making false statements. The statements I made to internal affairs investigators were what I believed to be true and accurate at the time. I already knew I was facing a 3-day suspension for posting videos in uniform, so I had no motive to mislead investigators in any way. It was just an honest mistake, a mistake of not being able to recall specific times of certain videos that I recorded a year prior to my interview. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Will of the commission, does anyone wish to go into closed session, or is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to proceed with the board's recommendation for revocation.
Second.
Nieto seconds.
Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Barcelona,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Chair Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon,
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
and Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Knapp. The motion carries unanimously 8-0. Just 2 quick items, future commission meeting dates. We will be here tomorrow. In case you forgot, September 12th, 2024 to be determined in the greater LA area. And then November 20 to 21, 2024, back here in West Sacramento, the future home of the A's. Our final item, any final comments from commissioners on any point at this moment? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move Brazil.
Second?
Second.
Barcelona. Objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so moved. We are adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Whoop.
Unless you finance.
Unless you wanna come-
Nine for finance, 10. for
Commissioner
full committee.
Brazil and Nieto.